our website for more information.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for the late show. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. A fantastically inspirational show there from Becky and the gang. And everybody has been getting their orders up and running with us today here at Jewellery Maker. And as a result, here on the late show, we are tasked with finding you and add it to your order price. And we aim to please. We have been quite privileged really in the fact that we've got 4 premier gemstone strands to bring you this evening. The superstar buy tonight will be the rarest of the premier strands we have, and that is gorgeous Tsavorite garnet. Take a look at this. In fact, I've got this little Lazy Susan here so we can show you it. No. I like it. It is absolutely gorgeous. Probably the rarest variety of garnet available, and it's coming up at 8:45 this evening as our superstar buy, but that's not the only premiere we have. Look at this gorgeous citrine. Huge nuggets of this gorgeous gemstone. Real depth of colour in the saturation there, real golden tones coming through. And this is coming up for us later on this evening, about the halfway point, so around about 7 PM we'll be launching this premier strand of citrine, November's birthstone. So that's coming up at 7 PM and less than an hour before the 6 PM in which we launch both of these brand new strands. They are going to prove to be very, very popular. Clear quartz carved flowers, which coming up at 6:30. And just take a look at these gorgeous yellow quartzite carved leaves. And these will be on your screens in less than an hour at 6 PM. So lots of premieres to come throughout the late show, and of course lots of incredible bundle deals that will offer you incredible savings. In fact, just 20 minutes to wait before we bring you a 10 strand super saver, but I have to say we only have a limited number available. Less than 40 in stock. 10 strands going to a ridiculously low price, and that's coming up in just 20 minutes time. But let's get the late show up and running. We're going to start with another, oh my word, wholesale opportunity on genuine gemstones. These gemstones again flying all over the place. We've got so many to get through. Have a look at this gorgeous combination here. Really neutral tones, and actually my producer just told me that this came from a suggestion I made to him. What was the suggestion I made? Ah, okay, so while we were talking about particular gemstones on air, I said, oh, I think labradorite and smoky quartz would be a nice combination. And my producer ran with that and created a gorgeous bundle. Well, all I can say is I was right. Have a look at the colour combination here. I love how complementary it is, and actually it's really about how neutral it is. It will go with virtually any other combination of colour tones, won't it? Because you've got the chocolate browns from the irregular squares of smoky quartz, which range in size from 4x2 to 6x3. Then you've got your seed beads of labradorite, which actually have more of a sort of moss green base colour. And then you've got your 6mm plain rounds of labradorite. They have more of a silver base tone and plenty of labradorescence as well. Just have a look at this. You've got beautiful violet labradorescence, golden labradorescence, Absolutely gorgeous. This is the optical effect. Oh, look at that. Some right sort of apricot tones coming through there. Just about capture them. That's our studio lights that are affecting my ability to show you the Labradorescence. It's still coming through though, yes. If you actually get these home, don't forget you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So tonight you don't have to make a definitive choice. The decision-making process begins when this arrives at your front door. And we're going to offer you 3 very, very popular gemstone strands this evening at a wholesale price. That's what we aim to do here at Jewellery Maker, to provide you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. We are, of course, part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. So we have a lot of long-standing, well-established links directly with mine owners and with gemstone traders, and therefore we can get the most competitive prices available, and we pass those savings on to you. Now, some people may be thinking, I'm not sure whether the colour tones actually work together, or maybe you want to use them as I say, maybe the neutral gemstone within a more outlandish design, if you like. But just have a look at this. You can see the way the earthy colours really do seem to complement one another within this design. This has been put together by Sue, and you can see it's sort of a choker style necklace, boutique style colour tones actually, because you don't tend to find the more vibrant colour tones in those little boutiques, do you? You tend to find them more of these sort of moody colour tones, if you like. You've almost got a storm cloud grey from your labradorite, and actually the labradorescence, now that it's inside this design, it's picking up on the green tones from the seed bead labradorite. So you're getting more of those lime greens coming through in the labradorescence. Absolutely gorgeous. The smoky quartz, for me, is the perfect neutral gemstone for any design. Every time I see it, I'm always taken aback by how well it works as an accent gemstone. Absolutely fantastic. I've seen lots of people using it in place of the likes of black agate and spinel recently, just to tone down their monochrome designs, for example. So very, very versatile gemstone, particularly in your irregular plain squares, because of course you get a little bit of texture from the cut there. Very dynamic gemstone cut. Okay, I've already got lots of people flying in at JewelleryMaker.com, adding this to their basket, and it's not just because of the array of gemstones, which do tend to be 2 of our most popular gemstones, of course, smoky quartz and labradorite, but it's also because if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, you can already see the wholesale price, can't you? That's why people are already jumping on board and adding this to their order, because we are about to take 3 strands of genuine gemstones, including labradorite and smoky quartz, to under £10 this evening, down to £8.95 in fact, so well under £10 tonight to add 3 strands of gemstones to your order. That's less than £3 a strand. You know, when you start to, you know, break it down and consider exactly what you're getting for your money here at Jewellery Maker, that's when the value really starts to shine through, isn't it? Less than £3 for genuine gemstones. Gorgeous smoky quartz there, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. You can see that gorgeous clarity coming through. Still got that beautiful saturation of colour, that gorgeous chocolate brown tone, which will work in so many different designs and with so many different metal tones. That's the beauty of this particular bundle, whether you're working with gold-plated silver, as in yellow gold or rose gold, or of course the 925 sterling silver tones as well. All available right now for less than £3 a strand. Lots of people getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to add this to your order, then dial that free phone number right now. It's available for £8.95. Congratulations to everybody getting involved on that deal. Really impressive collection of gemstones and best value on the market. Easy for me to say. We're going to move on, and we're going to now bring you 3 of the big 4 in one strand. Absolutely love the quality of the gemstones here. Exceptional. They'd be perfectly at place if you set these into silver or even gold. That's the quality we're looking at here. And this has proved to be an extremely popular strand at Jewellery Maker. It's only previously featured on the show twice, and we're already down to single figures of availability. So if you want to get involved with this, we're talking about 20 carats in total of ruby, emerald and sapphires. And we're not talking about a little bit of ruby and sapphire here, are we? Have a look at this. You've got gorgeous hot pink sapphires ranging into your rubies, canary sapphires, then you've got your almost salon blues ranging into your midnight blues, gorgeous emeralds. Look at the colour tones you've got from your emerald, pastel tones ranging into your bottle greens there, and then back into your rubies again. So a lot of rubies here, lots of sapphires, plenty of emerald, everything you'd expect to see from us here at Jewellery Maker. And we're not going to let you down on the price either. Now, it's very, very difficult for us to source these gemstones, of course, very competitive gemstone markets, because some of the biggest jewelers in the world are going to want to monopolize the opportunity to own rubies, sapphires, emeralds. We know, for example, sapphires, very, very difficult to get hold of large enough carat weights for the jewelers. Emeralds, the price is going up practically week on week at the moment, especially for the rarer varieties such as your Colombian emeralds and your Zambian emeralds, for example. And then look at your sapphires, absolutely exquisite. Rubies, we are coming in to the summer months, and of course ruby is July's birthstone. So maybe you've got a special gift that you want to put together for somebody, and you want to maybe set the rubies aside for that one very special gift. And then, of course, you can keep the sapphires and the emeralds for yourself to make some very high-end jewellery designs, perhaps. Or maybe this is the way you're going to start to sell your jewellery designs, and maybe start to gain personal commissions, because when people start to notice that you're working with some of the most revered gemstones on the planet, they're going to start to put you on a pedestal, elevate the way they see you as a jewellery design. Now, I have to warn you, we only have single figures of availability, and I'm actually shocked at the price point that we can bring you on this particular strand. We're talking about, oh my word, people really starting to fly in. We're talking about gorgeous quality of ruby, emerald and sapphires here. You've got your traditional blue sapphires as well as canary sapphires. And the price point is just not reflective of what you're getting in terms of the gemstones or what you're getting in terms of the quality. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality of gemstones we can source for you. And here comes our ridiculous price point. Less than £1 a carat for emeralds, sapphires and rubies. We are really down to limited availability. Congratulations to Katiana and everybody else who's purchased this. Nobody's actually wasted any time logging in. They've just added this to their basket to make sure they got hold of one of these. So I haven't got any names on my board yet. And now that you are coming through, you're all anonymous. So well done to Catherine, Gillian, Linda, Katiana. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. New buyers, 1, 2, anonymous, 2, yeah, it looks like we've got one strand remaining in stock. So we're going to leave that one there. It looks like it's going to be a sellout. I'm not surprised, because the quality and, of course, the familiarity with these particular gemstones is going to help you to sell your jewellery designs. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to some fantastic aquamarine. We've seen a few very beautiful samples of this gemstone over the last couple of weeks here at Jewellery Maker. Goes to back up everything that we aim to do here at Jewellery Maker, of course, we aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, but our real passion is in sourcing genuine gemstones of the rarest variety, and that's exactly what we've done here. Gorgeous aquamarine. This is, of course, a member of the beryl family, related to morganite, emerald, heliodor, goshenite. I'm really intrigued by this particular variety because you've got this sort of icy blue tone, and sometimes I think people associate more of a solid sky blue colour with aquamarine, but on this particular sample you've got more of those icy colour tones, and actually possibly offers us more versatility. Got gorgeous clarity here and a really interesting cut. These are faceted rondelles. I would describe them more as sort of wheels. I've seen this same cut classified as wheels before on the channel, and that's how I would look at it. It has more of a cylindrical finish to it, but they have been faceted. So you get that play of light, you get that more traditional sparkle, effectively, with this particular gemstone strand. 45 carats in total, and once again, because you've got this more delicate cut ranging in size between 3x2 and 6x3, it could be the perfect accent gemstone. So if you've got a feature gemstone that you intend to make the focal point of your design, this gorgeous strand of aquamarine could form the perfect accent, because it is going to add something to your designs, but it's not going to detract from the statement gemstone within your necklace or bracelet, for example. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your prize for this Gems of Distinction strand of gorgeous aquamarine. £17.95. Under £20 for 45 carats of aquamarine. And the other thing that's interesting about this particular gemstone, of course, is the fact that this is March's birthstone. So technically, you could create one statement piece as a special gift for somebody. You're always more likely to sell your jewellery designs at a craft fair or online if somebody has a personal connection with the gemstone, and of course most people are aware of their birthstone, even if they're not, you know, particularly au fait with gemstones and gemology. Pete, participation Pete, what's your birthstone?
Amethyst.
Amethyst. Amelia, what's your birthday?
Emerald.
Emerald.
Yeah.
Oh, so your birthday's coming up soon.
Yeah, very soon.
So everyone's aware of their birthstone, because of course Pete and Amelia aren't necessarily jewellery makers, but gemstones and gemology, it's one of those subjects where you just seem to pick up this information, even if you're just around it and you're not researching it day in, day out. It sort of goes in by osmosis. You can't help but feel impassioned about genuine gemstones. They just have that sort of mystical quality that seems to capture people's imaginations. People feel that they are special, even if they don't understand the true value of a gemstone. 45 carats of aquamarine coming from our Gems of Distinction range, and right now they're available for £17.95. I'm going to leave that on with you and we're going to move on. This is a gorgeous gemstone, very, very rare. This is for the gemstone collectors out there. People who do have that passion for gemstones and gemology. People who understand the rarity and the inherent value of a gemstone. This is the one for you. Gorgeous kyanite. I've been working within the industry for about 6 years now, and I've spoke to a lot of gemstone collectors in that time. Kyanite has to be the one gemstone that gets genuine gemstone collectors the most excited. It might be because of the region where it is mined and found, because everybody understands how difficult it is to get hold of genuine kyanite. And as ever, it's not always Mother Nature's fault. For all we know, she's creating plenty of kyanite. It's just that we can't get to those deposits because of the regions in which they form. Kyanite tends to be quite unique because it forms in quite unusual environments. It tends to be high pressures but low temperatures, and as a result tends to be regions of high altitude where we find kyanite. That's why the majority of kyanite comes from the Himalayas, and that's exactly where this strand comes from. It's been mined from Nepal. And if you imagine how difficult it is to actually just go to the Himalayas, let alone mine there, you start to get an appreciation for why this gemstone's so rare. Where the value is actually held is in the fact that not everybody does get the chance to own kyanite. We're probably lucky if we get, say, 2 parcels a year of this gorgeous gemstone, and that's as an industry, not here at Jewellery Maker. So kyanite, very, very rare gemstone, tends to be one of those gemstones that is honed in by the collectors. So if you are selling in those environments where people do tend to have an understanding of what they're investing in, this could be the gemstone that really sets you apart from other jewellery makers and crafters. You've managed to source genuine kyanite. And the really interesting thing about this particular strand, of course, is the organic nature of the cut. No one's going to mistake this for imitation kyanite or a synthetic, are they? You can see the way the crystals have formed. They add that little bit of texture, but also so much character from 150 carats of kyanite here. I mean, you don't need to pile all of this kyanite into one design, do you? You can use it quite sparingly and be fairly confident that it's gonna make an impact. People are gonna realize that you're working on an elite level when you're including the likes of kyanite within your designs. Congratulations to Sarah, Valerie, new buyers getting involved as well. Of course, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range because, well, anytime you get hold of kyanite, it's a very special gemstone. And to find kyanite of this quality and to offer you this kind of carat weight is something very special. We're not going to let you down on the price point though. Here comes your Jewellery Maker price for 150 carats of kyanite. Under £10. I actually had the words $14.95 ready to actually say then. This is a price avalanche, so I'm expecting each price to go down as we move through the segment of the show. And I thought that this would be at least $14.95. In actual fact, we are offering you the most incredible value for one of the rarest gemstones available, a real collector's gemstone, and you can add it to your order right now for under £10. $9.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of gorgeous kyanite. Actually, the really interesting thing for me about this sample of kyanite is not only the fact that you can see the organic finish that you've got on the gemstone, you can actually see the way the crystal formations have come to fruition, because you can see almost it's a sort of cashmere blue tone that you get from the gemstone. And then do you see the sort of needle-like inclusions? You can see it does form in almost rod-like formations. It gives you this sort of vertical or horizontal, depending on how you set it, but sort of, I know that this is not the best terminology because of course there's a lot of understanding about the energy forces around crystal. I know that lots of people do buy into the whole crystal healing and the energy zones, but they almost do have a sort of energy about them, don't they, kyanites? Because you can see the way the light passes through them, and you can see the way the crystals form, so you can understand where people start to get this penchant for the energies within genuine gemstones. All I know is this is one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, a collector's edition strand, and we have just given you the opportunity to own it for under £10 and add it to your order price if ever there was one. Right, where are we moving on to? I'm going to move on now to a very popular gemstone, but I would say this particular strand's popularity is going to be held in the cut. Bicones tend to be very, very sought after by jewellery makers, and I think it's because they're versatile. They can be used in the exact same way as a round is traditionally used within your designs, but just have a look at that play of light. You get that traditional sparkle. It's provided by, of course, those faceted edges which affect the way the light passes through the gemstone, and as a result you get this play of light that provides you with, well, genuine sparkle. And as our very regular contributor Emily always says, you can't go wrong with a bit of sparkle. The thing I love about this particular strand is the fact that with citrine you almost get that sunshine-like tone, so when you get that little bit of sparkle, it really does give you a little bit of I don't know, it makes you feel a little bit sunnier, a little bit positive. A very sunny gemstone. It is actually known as the gemstone of happiness. I'm just trying to get a feel for whether these would work within maybe bridal commissions. I know that it's not a very traditional colour tone, is it, for bridal parties, but I can see that for a sort of spring wedding. These would work in maybe your tiara designs or your hair combs. I'm just thinking because they're so sparkly, that's the reason that I've gone down that route. But of course, bicones, ever popular with jewellery makers out there, and we only have a limited number of this particular strand, the gemstone of happiness, and here comes your Jewellery Maker price. £8.95. Once again, another add it to your order price. The reason that I always refer to things as an add it to your order price is because, of course, you're only ever going to pay one P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. So if you've got a P&P up and running, you've paid your £2.95, that will cover you till the end of the day, and you can add as many items to your order as you wish. It doesn't matter how bulky they are, how heavy they are, you're only ever going to pay that one P&P. So from my point of view, if you are in two minds about something, it's a risk-free shopping experience. You can get this home, see it in the flesh, make an informed decision, and then decide whether or not you're going to keep it. Of course, whenever we offer you examples of citrine, they tend to be popular because, again, you've got that familiarity with the gemstone. But also the bicones, they just fly out the door. In fact, do you know what? I love the sparkle that you're getting from this. I love the idea of working with bicones, but I haven't done it. I'm happy to admit. You at home are my designer. I haven't got a guest designer on the Late Show. Sometimes we have, but not always. So if you have a very special way that you use bicones, then text in, let me know. The text number is 60777. You can start your text with the phrase JM Studio. And you know, if you've got a particular reason why bicones are so popular for you, then text in, let me know exactly why bicones have this sort of cult following, if you like. People do tend to get involved with this. Of course, you can also get involved at JewelleryMaker.com. All you got to do is log in and click the message box. Anything you write will come through on my producer's screen. My director's asked me a question. What would you like to see, Bruce? Good idea. Okay, so our superstar buy this evening is gorgeous Tsavorite garnet, and director Bruce has suggested that these would be a fantastic combination. I have to agree. So get the citrine now, get your order up and running, and then sit pretty until 8:45 when we launch our superstar buy, this incredible strand of Tsavorite garnet. That is a fantastic combination. Has a really summery vibe, almost a sort of lemon and lime vibe going on there, doesn't it? Really tropical tones, actually. Great suggestion from Director Bruce. If you've got anything you'd like to share with us, as I say, don't hesitate to get in contact. I'm going to have to leave that one there because it is now time for me to offer you the best value of the night on genuine gemstones in the form of a 10-strand super saver. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy. We are going to have one of these every half an hour on the show. It's our opportunity to present you with a very special deal. Either the premiere launch of a brand new strand, which we'll be doing a lot of in the next hour, or of course it could be one of our discount bundles where we take a collection of our gemstones and bundle them together to offer you a unique saving. That's exactly what we've done here, and this particular bundle probably epitomizes that idea better than any other bundle. So the idea here isn't necessarily for all of these gemstones to be used together like the labradorite and the smoky quartz that we launched the show with. Instead, the idea here is that because we've taken such a large number of products, put them together, we can push that price down a little bit lower and offer you a wholesale opportunity. Now, the 10-strand super savers have become a little synonymous with the late shows, in fact, because some people tuning in just to ensure they get hold of their 10-strand super saver because of the value it offers you. It really is a wholesale opportunity on genuine gemstones, not something you're going to see, you know, every 5 minutes here on the channel. But of course we offer you the best value, but this just takes it that step further. They tend to be very, very popular, so my advice is to get involved as quickly as possible. I'm going to give you the chance to do that right now by taking you through the strands we have. I'm going to start with your seed beads, if I can find some. Let's have a look. Here you go. 2 mil rounds of gorgeous white magnesite. And actually, this white magnesite is masquerading as howlite. You've got this gorgeous silver matrix on the surface of the gemstone, so almost like a softer monochrome effect. Of course, it's very, very subtle because these are your 2 mil seed beads. Then I've got your smoky quartz cubes. Now, if you got hold of that chocolate storm bundle at the start of the show, this could be a fantastic addition to the jewellery designs that you're putting together with those strands, because I think this will add that little dynamic edge which is very, very on trend right now, give you a really contemporary feel to your designs. These are 6 mil in dimensions, giving you 150 carats of smoky quartz cubes. Then continuing with the sort of seed bead theme, but here that's a gorgeous combination again. The chocolate browns and the golden tones that you've got from your yellow quartzite here really work well together. 3 mil rounds, faceted, so again you get that little bit of sparkle. That's almost a sort of buttercup yellow, or daffodil yellow, isn't it? Again, perfect for the upcoming season. Now, we've just been talking about the idea of working with some of these dynamically faceted or carved gemstones, and that's exactly what you've got here. Another strand of cubes, this time corner drilled cubes of your green aventurine. They're going to make such a massive statement within your designs. Again, I don't think they'll steel focus because you've got that softer, more pastel tone from the green aventurine, but of course they're going to have an impact because they're corner drilled cubes, and that's a cut we don't see every day here at Jewellery Maker. In fact, I rarely see these kind of cuts within homemade jewellery designs, or even bespoke handmade pieces of boutique jewellery. I rarely see these cubes being used within those designs. So you've got gorgeous green aventurine cubes there, and those are 10 mil in dimensions. While we're on the statement gemstones, have a look at these. Multicoloured agate. These are 12 mil faceted rounds, giving you over 300 carats. Do you know what? I always think that this strand should be called apple agate. You've got all the apple tones there. You've got the beautiful forest greens combined with those rich ruby reds. Absolutely gorgeous. Basically like walking through an apple orchard all of its own on one strand. That's made Amelia think of cider. I don't know. If you want to be in the beer garden, don't sign up for overtime, Amelia. like, actually, do you know what? Cider is very refreshing on a sunny afternoon, isn't it? Do you know what? What's just happened there is the key reason that I would stick to genuine gemstones. I've never heard anybody have that kind of imagery suggested from a piece of glass. But when you're looking at genuine gemstones, it evokes different emotions in different people, doesn't it? You know, for Amelia, when we start talking about the fact that you've got all those apple tones on this, it starts to transport her to, you know, those sunny afternoons having a glass of cider. That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones, that mystical effect they have to evoke certain emotions in people. No, not the emotion of drunkenness, Amelia. I'm going to go back into these now because we've got more seed beads. You've got your 4mm crazy agate rounds. Again, they're faceted. Well, lots of the earthy colour tones coming from your crazy agate here. As I say, 4mm rounds. As I say, the 10-strand Super Savers tend to be very, very popular here on The Late Show. The best value we can offer you. And I can tell you these are flying out the door. We only had a limited number to begin with. Over half the stock now allocated on this particular bundle. Then we've got your 2mm rounds of gorgeous red agate. Now the beautiful thing about red agate is that on the face of it you get that sort of ruby red tone, but when you look a little bit closer you get some of these lighter tangerine-like hues coming through. I've also got 2mm rounds of your rose quartz. That's a nice combination again, actually. You've got the fiery, passionate red tones combined with the femininity of those pastel pinks. That really works for me. And of course, oh, my word, you've got so many design opportunities with your seed beads. We know that some of our most popular disciplines require these 2mm rounds, such as your soutache designs. So imagine framing, say, for example, I'm thinking of a fuchsia cabochon. I know that we launched some recently, those fuchsia agate cabochons, framed with the 2mm seed beads around the outside. That would look beautiful. Of course, other disciplines require the 2mm rounds, such as your bead loom, or your kumihimo, your micro macrame, traditional beading, of course, with your beady beads as well. So lots of different design options coming from your 2mm faceted rounds. Then we've got your white shell plain rounds. These are 6mm in size. Love the finish that you've got here, real sort of silky finish, ranging from your sort of ice white tones to more of your ivory whites, if you like. Real classic tone, but from a very organic mineral there. Perfect for your summer collections, maybe your holiday jewellery. And, as if that wasn't enough, I've got the same finish, but this time in the droplets. So you can see those are going to form, actually, do you know what? They'd make beautiful little petals or leaves. If you have a little look, you can see they are perfect little teardrops. They're 8x6mm. But again, you get that classic finish to them. And the colour tone would work brilliantly in bridal jewellery. Okay, as I say, over half the stock already allocated here. This is going to represent the best value of the evening on genuine gemstones. None of these strands are currently priced at under £2 per strand. But that's what we offer you with our 10-strand Super Savers. £1.99 per strand effectively. And congratulations to Nazreen, Karen, Debbie, Elizabeth, Jeanette, new buyers. Lots more people coming through now. This could be a sellout bundle this evening. If you want to take advantage of the value we're offering you here, 10 strands of genuine gemstones for under £20. Start dialing that free phone number right now to get involved with this deal. It is approaching limited availability. You can see from these kind of designs the way all of the gemstones will work together. They are very versatile, but you don't necessarily have to use them in this way. Could form, well, a gemstone stash all of its own. Maybe you've been looking at your gemstone collection recently, you haven't really been feeling inspired. You know, sometimes I think that could be very, very frustrating part of the creative process. If you're looking at the gemstones and you've got a technique in mind, but you haven't necessarily got the gemstone to execute it, that can sort of detract from what you want to achieve that day within jewellery making. If you've got the gemstones, they can lead you through that creative process, almost inspire the designs that you're going to end up creating. It's available right now for $19.95, and as I say, it does represent the best value of the night on genuine gemstones. If you want to take advantage of this deal, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because we are now approaching single figures of availability on that particular bundle. Has proved to be very, very popular, as they always are. I'm going to leave that to one side, including the designs, and I'm going to move on, because coming up at 6 p.m, something very, very special. Yellow quartzite carved leaves. $100 carats in total, and for me, once again, this is a gemstone that's going to lead you through that creative process. It's going to feed into your designs those inspired by nature looks that are so popular, and most of the work's been done for you by the lapidary here, who's created these beautiful carvings. Gorgeous detailed leaves. They're coming up in just 20 minutes time, not long to go at all. Before that though, we're going to take you through a few clearance deals, and as I say, try and find and add it to your order price for everyone out there. And we're going to start with your gorgeous Mystic coated quartz. Now these are plain rounds of clear quartz, but then they've had this gorgeous treatment, this rainbow coating applied to the outer surface of the gemstone. And you can see that colour play. I hope it's coming through on screen. They tend to pick up the colour tones of things that are around them. So for example, if I just lay this out this way. If I place this next to our premier strand of Tsavorite garnet that will be launched as our super savior, all of a sudden I start to get more of the green tones coming through on the coating. Otherwise they do tend to be picking up a lot of, I see, it's because the corals behind it. I was thinking, why have you got so many pinks and fuchsia tones coming through? And I think it's because it's picking up the colour tones from this coral bundle that we've got later in the show. That's coming up at 8:30 this evening. But for me, you know, we've just been discussing the idea of gemstones having a sort of mystical quality to them, and this gemstone really epitomises that. Now, it's not all of Mother Nature's work. She's sort of got us started, and then we've taken it to another level and just enhanced it that little bit by applying this beautiful rainbow coating. They're 10mm plain round, so again, very, very versatile, very easy to incorporate into your designs. And we're going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction this evening. My producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, feeling very, very generous. Let's have a look at the current price for this Gems of Distinction strand of quartz. Wow, already down at $7.95. And we're about to take it even lower. When I say add it to your order prices, this is what I mean. This is going to get everybody woken up. If you've just come in from a busy day at work, for example, and you're thinking, oh, I'll ease myself into the late show. No, you won't. Pick up that phone right now, dial the free phone number. You can add this to your order for under £5. This is genuine gemstones for under £5. I don't know how we do it. But of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. We want to be able to provide you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what we're doing. Rainbow colour coated quartz available right now for $4.95. Absolutely exceptional in terms of the finish you've got on the gemstone, because you've got those high polished 10mm rounds that will provide you with that gorgeous clarity that you'd associate with clear quartz. But then, with a little twist, that rainbow coating, right now available for under £5, but of course it will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So even if you're in two minds, my advice would be to add one of these to your order, get it home and make an informed decision, because at £4.95, that for me is a price point that should not be ignored for genuine gemstones. Most people coming through are multi-buying this strand now, so congratulations to Sheila, Elizabeth, new buyer, anonymous buyers as well. You've got two heading your way. Congratulations, we're going to leave that one with you at £4.95. We've got a lot to fit in before we bring you the launch of our yellow quartzite carved leaves. They are going to be very, very popular. Just have a look at this beautiful, almost teal colour from your cultured potato pearls here. They're 11 by 10 mil, a very luxurious size. And you can see how these would suit so many different designs. You've got that gorgeous neutral colour tone. Yes, it's going to add something to your designs because it's making quite an impact, isn't it, with this more metallic finish, if you like, almost a sort of silver-like pearlescence that you're getting. But because it's Mother Nature's base tone, because it will go with any other gemstone, you can see how it would work perfectly as an accent as well. I think pearls do lend themselves very well to being used as accents because they're such a traditional gemstone to be set into jewellery designs. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you're going to the very high-end levels of jewellery design or whether you're looking at fashion jewellery. Pearls hold a place in every genre of jewellery, don't they? That's because of their versatility. They're perfect for any age range, they're perfect for any occasion. Lots of people wearing pearl, for example, pearl studs as an everyday piece of jewellery, but of course, as soon as a special occasion like a wedding comes around, that's the perfect way to use your pearls. What was that? Hannah Osborne had a lovely pearl necklace on this morning, did she? There you go. So that just goes to show that even very fashionable and glamorous ladies love to wear pearls. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now because we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction on this gorgeous strand of luxurious pearls. Now, some new buyers were saying, you know, what makes these luxurious pearls? Why are these luxurious? I've never heard them described as that before. That is actually an industry term, and any time a pearl goes over around about 8.5 or 9 millimeters, generally considered to be a luxury pearl. And actually, the more research I do, the less perfect round pearls I see being used, even by some of the biggest designers in the world. They seem to be, I don't know whether it's a compromise they've had to make because they didn't want to use perfect round pearls, or whether they're actually buying into the texture and the character that you get from the irregularities in pearls. Of course it feeds into your designs because you can see that these have almost been handcrafted by Mother Nature herself, hand carved in the shell. Should be $18.95. Of course, in 60 minutes time, this strand of pearls will return to the price point of $18.95. But right now, wow, add them to your order for $11.95. That's a genuine clearance price. I certainly wasn't expecting us to go that low for pearls that are going to make this much impact on your bespoke jewellery designs. We only have a limited number available, I'm afraid, so if you do want to add these to your order, don't dilly-dally. They will only be available at $11.95 for 60 minutes. And of course, you do have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So it's a risk-free shopping experience. You can get them home, see them in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. And actually, if you do sell your jewellery designs, this is a real profit maker for me because I know for a fact that pearls tend to be very, very popular, very sellable. I'm going to be a little more conservative with the pricing that I expect to achieve, or for jewellery makers to achieve, I should say, on their handmade jewellery designs. Because some people are suggesting that it's very regional, or depends on what environment you're selling your jewellery designs in. Let's be really conservative. Let's say genuine pearls, cultured pearls, in a pair of earrings. We normally talk quite, as I say, that's around about a £5 pair of earrings. Some people, in reality, aren't making sales at those price points, so they're feeling like, maybe I'm not doing something right. I genuinely think it's just that you haven't come across your customer base yet. But how about the fact that you've got to spend time building up a customer base? You've got to earn people's trust. They've got to believe in what you're creating for them, don't they? So let's say we drop the price down. Let's say pearl earrings, genuine culture pearl earrings in silver plated findings. £2, how about that? Surely people will be able to see the value in a pair of pearl earrings that they can wear every day, potentially, for just £2. Let's see how much of our strand it will cost us to make the money back when we are, I would say, actually devaluing our own jewellery designs. But this is the way sometimes you've got to go if you want to build up a client base. So I'm just going to start here. So one pair, that's £2, £4, £6, £8, £10, £12. So I'm selling pearl earrings for £2 a pop, which is already ridiculous value. But I've made my money back off this length of pearls. I've probably got that twice over, which will allow me potentially to create a bracelet. So you could create 2 bracelets, charge £5 each for them, use them as an upsell. So once people are saying, oh, if you're having a pair of the pearl earrings, I'll have a pair, they're only £2. Then you just say, I've only got 2 bracelets made out of the same, so you can have the matching bracelet, they're £5 each. Boom, that's £10 right there. You know those 2 people are going to take the bracelet off your hands. So I've tried to be as conservative as possible with the pricing on the jewellery. This is still a real profit maker for anybody who's just started to elevate their hobby into a small business. Congratulations if you are adding those to your order. We're going to move on. Sorry, you did tell me that. Clear quartz carved leaves here. Have a look at this. Now the yellow quartzite's coming up in 5 minutes time. Sorry, I was just looking over at the clock. Sorry, I was just seeing when we'll be launching this premiere strand. I'm a little bit excited, can you tell? It's coming up in 5 minutes time. I would buy both of these strands today. I absolutely would. So the yellow quartzite coming up. Very, very similar finish on the surface of the gemstone, and it's this detailed carving that really identifies this gemstone as a leaf bead. This is going to feed into so many designs. I mean, once again, I'm thinking about those bridal tiaras, because I think people want something a little bit special for their big day, don't they? And if you've got genuine gemstones that have been carved into these unique shapes, you're not going to see that every day, are you? That's going to make certain buyers feel very, very special. And I think, you know, if somebody's coming to you and potentially commissioning a piece of bespoke jewellery for their wedding day, then A, you've already probably established yourself as quite a successful jewellery maker, but also you want to make that person feel special. You know, this is their big day. No one's going to forget that. This would be the perfect strand for bridal jewellery, in my opinion. The reason that I think we tend to focus on bridal jewellery sometimes is that a lot of people start to sell their jewellery designs off the back of a bridal commission. So they start to create jewellery designs mainly as a hobby, or maybe they're just, you know, venturing into a new craft, and then word of mouth gets round. This person creates bespoke jewellery designs. I've got a wedding coming up. That's when people start to invest in your bespoke jewellery designs. 100 carats of beautiful clear quartz here, and we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction this evening, available for 60 minutes. This strand is currently on our website for $11.95, but on the late show we aim to offer you something a little bit special. We are going to lower the price of this particular strand down tonight to $8.95. That's the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket. But this clearance price is only available for 60 minutes. So if you do want to add this to your order, the time to act is now. I only have a limited number available. If you do miss out, don't panic. We've got the launch of the quartzite version coming up in about 5 minutes time. But if you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. You can put yourself to the front of the queue. We have got a slight queue on the phone lines because this strand does tend to be very, very popular. It's less than 60 seconds. So if you do come through to a queue, don't panic. A member of our award-winning help team will be with you shortly and enable you to add this strand to your order for just $8.95. Another add it to your order price this evening for gorgeous gemstone. Just imagine how labour intensive it is to create those beautiful carvings. Gorgeous. I'm going to leave that on with you. And now I'm going to bring you gorgeous strand of green amethyst. Beautiful pastel tone here. Again, those apple green tones coming through. Faceted pear-shaped drops ranging in size from 8x5 to 14x7. I think one of the reasons people love green amethyst so much is once you develop a sort of base knowledge, a foundation of knowledge about gemstones and gemology, then any of the alternative varieties of certain gemstones tend to capture your imagination, don't they? I think when people start to look at amethyst and they start to research gemstones, they understand it as a purple gemstone. But when you see the rarer varieties, such as your green amethyst, that starts to get people enthusiastic because they think, well, I've seen lots of purple amethyst, but actually green amethyst, something a little bit different, something a little bit alternative, that sometimes can be the one thing that makes people enthusiastic about your jewellery design. And of course, very, very easy to create sellable jewellery designs working with your top drill drops in the form of those matching sets of your droplet style earrings and your pendant. And this particular strand of green amethyst does come from our Gems of Distinction range. Actually, I think you can almost see the quality that you're getting here from the unique way they've been cut and faceted. Let's have a look at our current price on this strand because we are going to offer you another price reduction. This is a clearance section of the show. This could be your best opportunity to get hold of a real bargain on genuine gemstones. Currently available for $12.95. That already represents the best value on the market for green amethyst that has been cut and faceted in this way, but we've just taken it under £10 this evening. Once again, a clearance price. There's no way gemstones of this quality should be going under £10, but as I say, that's what we aim to do here on The Late Show, to provide you with incredible value, to give you the best opportunities to work with genuine gemstones, and I think we're living up to that billing because we've just taken this strand to the lowest ever price of $9.95. It's never been anywhere near this price previously. For the last in stock, we've taken it to the lowest ever price. You know, these prices aren't necessarily reflective of the quality that you're going to get, but they do reflect the value we aim to offer you here at Jewellery Maker. $9.95 for 90 carats of gorgeous green amethyst. Never expect to see a strand like this going to a clearance price. So for me, if you're interested in working with one of the most familiar gemstones on the market, something that most of your customers are going to be aware of, and you want to get it at a clearance price, this is the strand for you. I'm going to leave that on with you because it is now time to launch our quartzite leaves as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we are privileged enough to be launching a never before seen strand. 100 carats of yellow quartzite carved leaf beads. Gorgeous daffodil yellow tones here. The reason I say that is because when you see the daffodils coming through in the early part of spring, you do see this real range of colour tones, don't you? From the depth of those golden yellows to sort of more lemon tones, even through to those beautiful white colour tones as well. And that's what you've got on this particular strand. It really has a sort of a spring-like feel to it, particularly as we're sort of imitating another of Mother Nature's creations here, gorgeous leaves. We know that any of the traditional carvings tend to be popular, like the hearts or the moons or the stars. But I think the flower and the leaf carvings are a little bit different to that. I think that they actually offer you a little more in terms of the creative process in putting a design together. Of course, I would say like the heart-shaped gemstones or the star-shaped gemstones, they just make your life a little easier because they are virtually a finished product in themselves, aren't they? All you really need to do is the technique and you've got a finished piece of jewellery. A heart-shaped gemstone set into a pair of earrings is a seller. We know that. We know they're popular and they're very contemporary, sort of funky piece of jewellery, aren't they? There's a difference with the flower gemstones or the leaf carvings because they feed into a bigger vision as a jewellery design. If somebody's trying to put together a sort of inspired by nature like design, then these gemstones sort of feed into that design. You can see here, this is completely sort of off the wall, maybe not something you would incorporate this gemstone into, but it shows how popular these sort of natural motifs are. Little butterfly design there, you can see Mother Nature's input here, the blades of grass, the blue sky, the butterfly. This is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. Is this one of Debbie's creations? It looks like a Debbie and Rachel combination or something, doesn't it? Maybe it's just Rachel. My apologies, I don't know, but it is absolutely fantastic. But all I was going to say is, you can see the way Mother Nature's landscapes feed into the designs that people are putting together. I see lots of very free-flowing wire work that involves the carved gemstones, the flowers and the leaves. They tend to lead you through the creative process rather than fast forward you to the end of it like the hearts and the stars do. That's just the way I see it. Maybe other people have completely different views about how they incorporate gemstones into their designs, but that's just the way I see the carved leaf beads. I think they have so much potential to feed into a design without dominating the creative process, if that makes sense. And again, I mean, I don't know if these colour tones work for bridal pieces of jewellery. Definitely bridesmaids, good point, Director Ben. Bridesmaids with their hair combs, for example, this could be the perfect strand. But actually, as I say, any time that a lapidary has spent this much time, commitment, dedication into handcrafting a gemstone into something which actually imitates one of Mother Nature's creations, you can see how labour intensive that could be. You can see where the value is in a strand like this, because of course that is not an easy process to hand carve this level of detailing onto each and every gemstone. And of course, this is a premiere launch. We are going to give you an exclusive price point. Now, I've already got lots of interest. This is the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. Get involved as quickly as possible. You can always put the phone down. You can always chuck something out your basket. But once it's been a sellout, that's it. I don't know when Mother Nature's going to create more quartzite. I don't know when the lapidarist is going to hand carve each individual leaf bead for us again. What I do know is that I started with 100 strands of yellow quartzite carved leaf beads, and now I've got fewer than 75 left in stock. Over a quarter of the stock has already been allocated, and we haven't even given you, well, we haven't even given you one price, let alone the launch price. Wait a second, that's the current price. And we're going to give people 1 hour to get hold of this strand at an exclusive launch price. He's giving you £1 off. He's taking it down to £5.95. At £6.95, I don't really think that price point was reflective of the work that had actually gone into creating this strand of gemstones. And I'm not just talking about the tens or possibly hundreds of thousands of years that Mother Nature had put into creating the quartzite, but then the labour-intensive process of cutting and hand carving each gemstone into something which will add texture and character to your designs, and it's available right now for the add it to your order price of just $5.95. Don't forget, that's an exclusive launch price. It will only be available at that price for 60 minutes, at which point it's going to go back up to $6.95. That already represents easily the best value on the market. Now, around about half the stock has now been allocated. Of course, any time we bring you a strand like this, we're excited by it. As I say, $5.95 is an exclusive price, but it's only available at that price for 1 hour. So at that point, it's going to go back up to $6.95. If there are any remaining in stock at that point, then it will still be available. You can still add it to your order. It still represents unbelievable value, as I'm sure most people will attest to. But of course, right now is your best opportunity to get involved, because we've still got stock available and we've given you an exclusive launch price. I realise, you know, we were going to launch at $6.95. We've given you an extra £1. Some people might think, well, you know, what can you get for £1? I'll tell you what it actually allows you to do. When you think about the bigger picture, if you are selling your jewellery designs, that small saving will allow you to potentially increase the profit margins you're going to achieve on your gemstone jewellery. Particularly if you use these gemstones to make a big impact in your designs by focusing on the carving to create a more all-encompassing piece of jewellery, like, for example, this piece here, where you can see that the butterflies, for example, are the focal point of the design. They're inspired by Mother Nature, but it's really how the whole piece comes together that makes this a boutique piece, isn't it? It's the combination of the wire work and the polymer clay together that now creates a one-off, really, a one-off piece. You can achieve that exact same look working with genuine gemstones that have had this much time and dedication applied to them. And right now, you've got an exclusive launch price. We have given you $5.95 as the add it to your order price for this strand of yellow quartzite leaves. I'm going to leave that one with you, as I say, available on our website for the next 60 minutes at that price. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals from the boys on The Late Show.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, A variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. Just have a look at this gorgeous strand of Tsavorite garnet. This will be launched later this evening as our super star buy. It's coming up at 8:45 p.m. I've probably brought you Tsavorite garnet a handful of times on the channel, generally chips or nuggets. This is exquisite. Faceted rondelles of beautiful Tsavorite garnet, possibly the rarest variety of garnet available. And fortunately, we've been able to source this strand. We only have a limited number available, I'm afraid. As far as I'm concerned, it could be a sellout this evening. Hopefully not, because you know, if you're not available tonight, we like to be able to give you the opportunity to invest in our strands on our website. But of course, that's why it's imperative that you tune in to our shows, our live shows, where we do most of our launches. Tsavorite garnet coming up as our most exclusive premiere launch of the evening, our superstar buy at 8:45 p.m. Just look at those rich lime green tones that are coming through from that particular variety of garnet. Something very, very special. But before that, we've got a lot to get through, and it is in fact pick of the week. I'm going to show you some of the most popular launched items over the last 7 to 10 days and give you potentially a second bite of the cherry. Maybe you did miss out on a particular launch. This is probably the finest quality aquamarine I've seen at Jewellery Maker for 2 years. It's absolutely out of this world. You can actually tell from the amount of sparkle you're getting. You can see that the laboratory has been very confident in the faceting that he wants to achieve on this particular strand. I think he's actually surpassed himself. We've got those icy blue tones, which most people associate with the gemstone, but it's all about the sparkle here. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let me just grab another strand of rondelles. Here we go. Got a strand of ruby here. Let's just have a look. Have a look at the facets on the surface of the ruby. If we go a little bit closer, can we see the sort of irregular nature of the faceting on these rondelles? And that's sort of following the cleavage of the gemstone, trying to maximise the colour with the carat weight you want to achieve. I don't know if I can show you that. And you can see that you do get that play of light, not very uniform, but as I say, the lapidary trying to achieve the biggest carat weight he can while still retaining the optimum colour tones. That's the job of a lapidarist, and you can see that as a result you get these sort of irregular facets because they're quite small gemstones. I don't know if we can go any closer on the aquamarine, but very, very uniform faceting and a far greater number of facets on the surface of each gemstone, so you are getting a greater play of light, and as a result you're getting a lot of sparkle. That'd be a nice combination actually, wouldn't it? The ruby and the aquamarine. Two very prestigious gemstones, two very well-known gemstones. I mean, actually there, at that angle you can see, can't you? The way the light almost passes over a few of the rubies because the facets aren't quite at the right angle. No even minuscule piece of light isn't being able to evade the surface of these beautifully faceted aquamarines. You're just getting an abundance of beautiful sparkliness. That's why I've got so much interest already at JewelleryMaker.com. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range. Not only does this, for me, represent the best quality we can source for you, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the best quality strand of aquamarine I've seen on the channel for the last couple of years. Now, those of you who are new to the channel and maybe have never seen me before, my name's Ed. Welcome to the madhouse. I should say that I'm not somebody who just stumbled in to the studio to present the show. I've actually been working with the company for a long time. I was originally a producer on Gems TV. I was then the manager on Jewellery Maker for the last couple of years, and so I do have quite a lot of input and insight into the quality of gemstones that we have sourced for the channel, and this for me is the highest quality strand of aquamarine we've seen for the last couple of years here at Jewellery Maker. Absolutely exceptional. And I'm being told that we are going to honour the launch price that was offered on this strand a little over a week ago, I believe. Wow, you can see there the saturation of colour as well, that beautiful sky blue tone, which is actually getting a little bit lost in our studio thanks to the lighting, but that's what I could see when we were in the prep room earlier today, that kind of sky blue tone, almost a Santa Maria-like colour for your aquamarine there. Let's have a look at the price that this is currently available for on our website. So $49.95, as I say, totally understandable price point because the quality of the gemstones is surpassing most other samples of aquamarine I've seen here on Jewellery Maker. It is something special. The number of facets on the surface of each gemstone, the saturation of the colour, basically ticking each and every box, and we're talking about a traditional criteria for gemstones here. Obviously, as jewellery makers, sometimes we make a few compromises on what we're looking for as gemstones, or even we actually favour the kind of gemstones that would normally be overlooked by jewellers. But here, you can hold this up to the same criteria as a master jeweller: clarity, colour, cut, and you're still going to be satisfied. Let's have a look at the introductory price. There it is, $39.95, and we're going to honour that exclusive launch price for 1 hour only. So even if you are in two minds, my advice would be to get this home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. At $39.95 for this quality of aquamarine, no one is going to be disappointed. Lots of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com now. As I say, we only have a limited number available because this was so popular at launch, and of course the amount of time and effort that's gone into creating this particular strand of aquamarine does drive the price a little higher. I'm being told we actually have an alternative variety to offer you. Is it number 7? Yeah, I can see it. Slightly different strand here, but nice way to compare it. So you've got a lot more gemstones. This is the strand I should have picked to do the comparison, not the ruby. But here you can see far greater irregularity and variation in the sizes and the way in which they've been faceted. Always been used to, I would say, enhance the gemstone, that process of faceting, but not always able to create this kind of uniformity. I mean, you can see there now, it's a perfect comparison. You can see how, as I move the strands, you get that very uniform sparkle at the strand here. But this is available on our website for $39.95. Let's find a sample for everybody's price bracket. Some people are elite jewellery makers. They're working on that level. They're getting personal commissions. People come to them day in, day out and say, I want some of your jewellery. And so they can afford to potentially invest in those elite strands, the $39.95 strands of aquamarine. Well, it should be $49.95 actually. Others amongst you will be either hobbyists, in which case maybe you don't want to part with $39.95, or maybe you're just starting to move into the arena of selling your jewellery, and so you haven't necessarily accumulated enough turnover to invest in those elite gemstones. Here, you're going to be able to create the exact same look, but at a much more affordable price point. So, of course, you haven't got the exact same finish on the gemstone. As I say, much more irregularity in the facets on the gemstone. Very similar shape, but probably a little more variation in the sizes. These range from 3x1 to 4x2. But again, the lapidarists will have concentrated on maximising what you can get from the gemstone in terms of following the cleavage to give you the largest carat weight you can, and of course to really optimise the colour tones that you get from the gemstone. Now, I've got lots and lots of interest at JewelleryMaker.com, people throwing this in their basket, 2s and 3s for some of you, and when you see the price you'll understand why. $6.95 for genuine aquamarine. Now, you haven't got quite the same saturation of colour. There we were looking at more of a sky blue. Here we've got more of the icy blue hues. But just take a look at that price point. $6.95 for genuine aquamarine, March's birthstone. So maybe you were eyeing up that Gems of Distinction strand a second ago and you were thinking, I have to own that, I want that in my collection. But maybe at $49.95 it was a little out of your gemstone budget. Maybe even at $39.95 you were still caught in two minds. At $6.95 for something which really is going to act the exact same way within your designs. Of course, as I say, those really top-end collectors will be able to recognise the difference. But for anybody who just wants to get hold of this gemstone within their collection for $6.95, it's a no-brainer. And I should say, you're actually getting a few more gemstones on this particular strand. Well, I say a few more, it's nearly twice the length, isn't it? For $6.95. But that does go actually to highlight where the value lies in a gemstone. It's not always about the number of gemstones you get as far as value goes. Sometimes it is about those subtle little nuances, the colour tone, that saturation, the number of facets on the surface of a gemstone. That goes to highlight quality to gemstone collectors. But of course, if you're after value, we've got that as well. $6.95 for genuine aquamarine there. You're getting a lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck, and that is another pick of the week item. We're going to move on. I'm going to bring you peridot droplets. Is this the strand that I was privileged enough to launch? No? Oh, I launched a very similar strand. Actually, you're right. It wouldn't have been, because when I launched the peridot, it sold out. Do you know what? The reason that peridot tends to sell out so quickly is, in my opinion, we under-delivered on this gemstone for the first year, maybe 18 months of existence here at Jewellery Maker. Over the last couple of years, we have managed to source more peridot. I think it tended to be the nuggets and the chips at first, but now, once again, we've started to source the highest possible quality for you. Quality of peridot that, again, can be faceted in this very uniform way, so you get that particular sparkle when you move the gemstones, that play of light on the surface. And for me, peridot is, well, the quintessential green gemstone, given that it is, again, beautiful birthstone. Actually, I'll tell you what would be a gorgeous combination. Peridot and the Tsavorite garnet together. You do get a very subtle difference in colour hue there. Look at that. Combination of your lime greens with your sort of fresh cut grass greens. Love that. This Premier Strand coming up at 8:45 p.m. Right now, I'm giving you the opportunity to invest in August birthstone. And for me, the most appropriate birthstone of them all, because when I think about the summer months in August, that's just when we have summer in the UK. I understand we're a global company, and maybe where you are in August, it's freezing cold. But my personal association with the month of August is the sunny months, the summer times, where you are potentially having some of those refreshing cool drinks, where you are maybe flying off to tropical climes. And I think peridot encapsulates that feeling, because the interesting thing for me about peridot isn't necessarily the vibrant green base tone, but the little bit of fire you get always tends to have a sort of golden hue to it. Highly refractive, this particular gemstone. It gives you lots and lots of brilliance, that gorgeous sparkle. Now, being told that this is your second bite of the cherry. This was only launched very recently, over the last week or so. In fact, the 19th. So yes, 5 days ago this was launched. Maybe you missed out on your opportunity to add this to your order. It was launched on our morning show with Carol. Maybe you've got commitments during the day and you miss out on the chance to snap up the launch strands that are brought to your screens on the morning show. That's what we're here for on the late show, to give you a second bite of the cherry. And anybody who's missed out on the opportunity to add peridot to their collection, start dialing that free phone number right now. These are faceted droplets. They range in size from 4x3 to 7x4 mil. And here comes your price. $17.95. Wow. Once again, this is a gemstone that is heavily used by, well, the high street jewellers, yes, but also some of the biggest design houses in the world turn to peridot when they want to inject that vibrancy into their designs. And here, once again, you've got a huge number of gemstones, all available for under £20. I mean, do your own research. Have a look at what you can pay on the open jewellery market for peridot jewellery. That will allow you to maybe do some direct comparisons, because, of course, the finish on the gemstones here isn't going to be too dissimilar from that, certainly, that you'll see from high street jewellers. Maybe not that far removed from what you'll see from some of the biggest jewellers on the planet, because it has been faceted with extreme amount of dedication, commitment, very experienced lapidarists that work for us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. You can see how this particular offering from Mother Nature has been enhanced by the way it's been cut. It's available right now for $17.95. We're going to move on. Got a lot to get through. And again, we've got an alternative offering here. May suit other people's designs or other people's price brackets. 175 carats of peridot here. This time in, well, they've been described as plain irregular marquise. I don't really know what that means. But what I would describe them as is they're not a traditional marquise. They do range in size from 8x4 to 16x9. Traditional marquise will be twice the length as it is diameter. These do have irregularities in them. I would say they're almost, I sort of understand, I would say they're marquise-shaped droplets maybe. But they do have a little twist on some of them. That's going to add texture to your designs. Now here you can see the variation of colour tones. So they're not quite the same grade of peridot that we saw on the faceted droplets. I'll show you the consistency of colour that you got from this strand. But this sort of goes to back up what I was saying before. Sometimes we want to hold gemstones up to the same classification, the same criteria as a master jeweller, where we're looking for a particular cut, a particular colour, and gorgeous clarity. Yes, you're going to get that from this particular strand. Sometimes we want something completely off the wall. We want something that adds texture, that adds variety, that adds character to our designs. And I think you get that with this strand because A, you've got the irregularities in the cut and shape which will feed into your designs and give you more of an organic finish to your jewellery, but also take a look at the inclusions. Those in themselves are going to add levels of character and texture. You can see here you've almost got forest green tones on this, not a colour tone we usually associate with this gemstone, but that might work within your designs. Actually, these almost look like little leaf shapes themselves, don't they? Again, Mother Nature imitating herself here. Absolutely incredible. If you want to add this to your order, you need to start dialing that free phone number because already I've got a lot of interest at JewelleryMaker.com. This has been a very, very popular strand, and this is what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We try to offer you the best value on the market. We also try to source the largest range of gemstones. A gemstone for every jewellery making scenario and a gemstone strand for each and every jewellery maker's price budget. Here comes your price today for this gorgeous strand of 175 carats of peridot. Wow, we've taken this under £10 down at £9.95. We're now bringing you peridot for me. Add it to your order prices, particularly if you are selling your jewellery designs, because of course, once again, you can go a little bit minimalist in some of your designs to create higher profit margins, can't you? And make your money back of just a few gemstones here. The rest is going to be available for pure profit. Alternatively, maybe you know somebody who's got a birthday coming up towards the end of the summer in the August month. This could be the perfect addition to your gemstone collection. It's available right now for £9.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy. They seem to be flying by this evening, but I am very excited. I've got another premiere launch for you right now, and this is my opportunity to show you something we've never seen before and to offer you an exclusive launch price on a brand new product. Have a look at these. They're 5-petaled carved flowers. Now that's a traditional look, something that we do see fairly regularly here on Jewellery Maker, but it is a much easier cut to achieve on your opaque gemstones, because then, well, you've got somewhere to hide, haven't you? You've got those, you've got that banding or those inclusions within the gemstone that will allow you, if you do make a slight carving error, you can sort of mask it, if you like. When you're talking about a gemstone that offers you pure clarity like your clear quartz, there's nowhere to hide. You've got to get your carving spot on every time, and well, the lapidus certainly hasn't let us down here. 12 mil in size, and once again, this is a gemstone that is going to feed into your design. It's going to lead you through the creative process. It's going to offer you something unique and special. And tonight, we have got an exclusive launch on this particular strand, and you know what that means. We're going to give you an exclusive launch price. A little bit lower than it should be, but that makes it your best opportunity to get involved with this particular strand. This is going to be one of those strands which I think is an essential for most jewellery makers. You can either create very basic designs like I was showing just last week. I think it was a very similar gemstone that I grabbed to create a quick earring design. Now you could take two of these, create a very individual pair of earrings that offers you a lot of character. It's gonna be popular because it's gonna be like sort of very on trend, very fashion led with the flower shapes. Or of course, these could be part of a more encompassing design, something that really reflects the vision that you have for a piece of jewellery inspired by Mother Nature. I've got 160 carats of clear quartz here in your 5 petal flowers. They're 12 mil in size. And once again, I've got a huge amount of interest at JewelleryMaker.com. In fact, somebody just bought 3 strands of this. So that goes to show how popular this particular strand is going to be. So congratulations to Sue. You've just got 3. But there are plenty of people flying through now. In fact, another anonymous buyer just took 3 as well. We only have a limited number available on this strand. And it looks like most people are buying 3. You know what that means. You need to act quickly if you want to get involved with this particular deal. It will be offered tonight at an exclusive launch price. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now to put yourself to the front of the queue. I can tell you a quarter of the stock has already been allocated. We have created a short queue on the phone line. It's only around about 30 seconds. So if you do want to get involved, don't panic. Stay where you are. I think we better bet the price on screen because there's so many people coming through. It's $8.95, a price point not to be ignored. And, you know, if we do go down that conservative route of maybe pricing our designs a little bit lower than we should in order to build up a trusting client base, you can still make a huge amount of profit potentially with this particular strand. Now, those of you who work on a higher level, who are already receiving personal commissions, will already have designs in mind. You'll already know exactly how you're going to utilize this strand to really maximize on the profit that can be made. And those of you who are hobbyists, who maybe are just starting to think about moving into selling your designs, let's say you're going to go really low. Let's say, well, I personally think that £2 is too low for genuine gemstones set into sterling silver or even silver plated base metals. But, you know, I want to be understanding of people's experiences, and they say, when I say £5 is too high a price for a pair of earrings, they can't achieve that price point, I listen to you. I take what you say as a given, and so we're going down. We're going to take them down. We say £2 a pair tonight. 2, 4, 6, 8. So I'll make my money back off these, and don't forget, I made an earring using one of these gemstones, very similar gemstone, and I think it took me about 40 seconds. So, you know, it's not going to be a very time consuming piece. It's a way to really increase the number of pieces you have on your craft fair store. Now, some of you will be sitting at home thinking, 8, that won't cover the cost, Ed. It's $8.95. Now, I should say, this should be $9.95. At 9 AM tomorrow, I have no reason to believe that it won't go back up to $9.95. But I said that you can make your money back off this many gemstones, and we're going to honour that. We're going to give you an exclusive price reduction for the next 60 minutes. We've gone down to $7.95, so you can now make your money back off as few as 2, 4, 6, 8 gemstones. £2 a pair. I think that is totally fair. I think that's totally achievable. Even if you're just going along to the summer fete to help out, for example, at your kiddie school, all of this is pure profit. You're going to make your money back off this, and that's if you are selling your jewellery designs for £2 a pair. Don't forget, I think that's too low. I've been working in the industry for a long time. I wouldn't expect to see this kind of carat weight of clear quartz being set into semi-precious metal like sterling silver and paying £2 a pair. I think that's totally bonkers. But, as I say, I listen to our customers. They're telling me that £5 sounds too high to achieve on a pair of earrings. So even at £2 a pair, you've got a huge amount of profit to be made from this premier strand, launched tonight at $7.95. I've got so many people multi-buying. So congratulations to Norma, you've got 2. Abigail, you've got 2. Sue, you've got 3. Anonymous buyer, you've got 3. Michelle, you've got 3. Claire, you've got 2. And that's just my multi-buy. So congratulations to Linda, Claire, Susan, Marilyn, Deborah, Janice, Tracy, Diane, Marie, Christine, you've got 2, my apologies. An anonymous buyer, you're there. Abigail, Valerie, Rosalind, Hazel, Sharon, Sue, Tracy. And even the gents are starting to come through now. This is an add it to your order price for a premiere launch this evening of beautiful clear quartz. Clear quartz, very popular at the best of times, particularly when you've got these hand-carved 5-petal flowers. They're available right now at the exclusive launch price of $7.95. We originally launched them at $8.95, but for the next hour, we're giving you a little treat. Tomorrow morning, they could be up to $9.95. So this is definitely your best opportunity to add this star buy to your order. I've got to do something that I forgot to do at the start of the show and we get in loads of trouble. One of my very close friends, Amy, had a very serious heart operation yesterday, so I meant to say at the start of the show, get well soon. So I totally forgot. She's probably not watching now. She probably had to go out. Actually, she's probably recovering in bed, so she might be watching. So hi, Amy. I hope you're feeling better. Right, we'll move on now. My apologies. And of course, if you've got any messages you want to share with anybody out there, don't hesitate to get involved. If you want to interact with the show, that's what we're here for. Text into the studio to 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio, or of course you can message into my producer at JewelleryMaker.com. If you're logged in, just click the message box, and as I say, if you've got any messages that you want to share with anybody out there who you know is watching the show, then send them through and I will pass that information on. A little shout out, why not? We are miss it, miss out, shout out. That doesn't rhyme, it's the same word twice. Right, where are we going? Oh wow, gorgeous silver pearls here. Now, they've been described as light grey, but I have to say, I'm not just saying this to, you know, feel romantic about this particular gemstone. There's nothing grey about it. It really is shimmering like beautiful silver. Light grey just doesn't sound glamorous enough for these gorgeous potato pearls. Again, you've got slight irregularities in the size and shape of the pearls. They're 8 by 7 mil. So they're slightly elongated. Again, I think that's going to feed into your designs. Do you know what? This isn't too dissimilar in shape from the pearls that I saw last week at a jeweller's in the Midlands. And in the window there was a gorgeous pearl necklace, and it was very beautiful. Sterling silver clasp, over £100 the price point, and they certainly weren't perfect rounds. And so, in fact, they were a very similar size to this. So this is quite similar to the kind of look that is being set into jewellery designs and sold for 3-figure sums. That's the kind of exclusivity you get with a pearl. People recognise them as a mineral that does offer timeless elegance. And as a result, the value that we offer you here at Jewellery Maker is something which, as far as I can find, is unrivaled. I can't find the kind of value that we offer you on cultured pearls. Now, I've just been fed some very interesting information because my producer's told me that he wants to give everybody a treat tonight. He wants to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. I'm sure that some of you have seen these silver pearls previously. Maybe you've been browsing on our website and you've been thinking, oh, I'd love to invest in those beautiful silver pearls, but they're a little bit out of my gemstone budget. Well, Mr. Nevitt wants to make them far more accessible, and he is going to give you a huge price reduction this evening. So maybe these have been the coveted strand of pearls that you haven't quite taken the plunge on yet. Tonight is the night. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand. So it's already down at $14.95. Absolutely exquisite. But we're taking it low. We're going to try and give everybody out there a deal tonight. Under £10 for silver cultured potato pearls, 8 by 7 mil in size, so just on the cusp of being classified as a luxury pearl, maybe slightly smaller than that, but I have to say, still going to make a huge impact on your designs because you've got that gorgeous silver finish, something that you don't see every day. No one's going to mistake them for faux pearls, for example, or shell pearl. They're going to recognise that these are genuine cultured pearls. Now, even if you maybe want to do like-for-like comparisons, let's say you go down the high street. We were doing a little bit of training earlier on today. I've been here all day, in fact. Loving being in JM Towers all day, actually. But when I got in this morning, we looked at a selection of jewellery and we had to guess the price, basically. This was a high street strand of pearls. I don't know even if they were cultured pearls, were they? We don't know, do we? Vicky probably knows. We'll find out, yeah. But I have to say, even fashion jewellery that includes pearls, and they do tend to use faux pearls in those dials, £35. Now, if you're working with cultured pearls from the Genuine Gemstone Company, and you're working with our sterling silver findings, there's absolutely no reason why you can't be at least charging the same as the high street. Think about the time and the creativity that's gone into your creations. I mean, if you restranded this, put a beautiful sterling silver clasp on it, it is a £35 necklace at the very, very least. As I say, there are some boutique jewellers that are going to be charging three-figure sums for very similar quality of pearls. I can't speak directly about the finish they have on their pearls, can't make a direct comparison, but there can't be that much difference. Oh, my producer just found the exact necklace that we were looking at this morning. It wasn't £35, it was £50. That means my guess was right in the first place. So £50, that's just for high street fashion pearl jewellery. If you imagine the way you can pitch your jewellery is that this is bespoke, handmade jewellery, you know, a lot of time, love and creativity has gone into the design. That adds value into your creations and you should charge accordingly. But as I say, I've taken on board the fact that people don't feel that the prices that we quote are necessarily achievable in the environments and they're selling their jewellery designs. Even if you want to double your money, £20 for a pearl necklace, that must be achievable. It offers you incredible value, certainly competitive. Do your own research. Before you start selling your jewellery designs, do your own research. See how much people are charging on the high street and in jewellery windows for these kind of items and then see what you can achieve. £9.95. It will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. And actually, again, perfect for your bridal commissions. We're leaving that one, moving on. And we're going to bring you now this gorgeous strand of ruby that we showed you earlier. Absolutely exceptional quality, particularly from the colour tone you've got here. That very traditional, bold, pigeon blood red tone. Similar reaction from camera person Amelia than I received from my producer the other night. I have to say, this is a very common term within the industry to determine the colour saturation of a ruby, and people do traditionally call it pigeon blood red. Now I realise that's not a particularly romantic term, but it's just, you know, an industry term. Oh, once again Amelia brings it back to alcohol. She said no, it's a Rioja. And earlier on she was pining for a cider. Something on the mind, Amelia. Do you know what? Once again, that just goes to show the powerful imagery that a genuine gemstone can evoke in people. One of the big four, one of the most traditionally used and highly revered gemstones on the open market. And here we have got 30 carats of shaded ruby. I like that term actually because, as I say, as jewellery makers, sometimes we're looking for something a little bit different, and that variation in the colour tones really helps sometimes to lead us through that creative process, to feed into the designs that we plan to create. Here, you're working with one of the big four. And actually, I would say that a few of these are actually I would classify them as pink sapphires. A few just at the end, they've got a slightly paler tone. I think that means you're getting 2 of the big 4 on one strand here. But this actually goes to highlight the fact that we normally say that you know, rubies and sapphires are the exact same gemstone. They have the same chemical composition. They're known as corundum, and it is a colour classification as to whether it's a ruby or a pink sapphire. And obviously, from somebody's point of view, these have all been classified as rubies. They have taken the time to classify this as shaded ruby, so you do get that variation on the strand. Me personally, working in the industry, seeing rubies and sapphires day in, day out for the last 6 years, I would say a few of these are pink sapphires, mostly rich red rubies. I wouldn't pile all of these into one design anyway. I would use these sparingly. I would use these as an opportunity to offer my customers, my clients, my friends and family the chance to own July's birthstone, beautiful ruby, but sparingly. I wouldn't give them a whole 30 carats in one design. In fact, you can actually use these smaller faceted rondelles to help you make your other gemstones go that little bit further. Maybe you intend to invest in the Tsavorite garnet later this evening. I mean, look at this for a combination. Out of this world. You've got that rich opulence from the bold red rubies, and then you've got that little bit of light relief, if you like, that lemon and lime tone coming through from the Tsavorite garnet. Some of the highest quality rubies we've sourced for you. Actually, you know, I'm always honest about the gemstones we bring you and the quality and the way in which they've been treated. This particular strand of ruby, we have had another strand of ruby that we recently launched, which I would say was more consistent in its colour tone and in terms of its faceting, but you don't get the variety of colour tones there. And actually, wow, look at this one gemstone here. I'm just going to pick on one here a little bit. It's almost like that pomegranate type colour tone. Don't know how close we can go in there, but you can see there's a lot of facets on the surface of this gemstone, so you get a greater play of light. This is quite interesting because actually sometimes when the faceting isn't as uniformed, you get more of an erratic play of light, so you actually get a more sort of playful sparkle about the gemstone itself. I think that, again, I think that will provide you with texture, provide you with an individual finish to your jewellery design. Now, I should say, I've already had a lot of interest on this strand. Maybe people missed out when it was originally launched. Maybe people are just working on that elite level now where they need to invest in the big 4 anytime they get the chance. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for 30 carats of shaded ruby. Wow, under £1 a carat this evening. For 30 carats of beautiful shaded ruby, you can add it to your order right now for £24.95. Absolutely exceptional. We only have a limited number available, so congratulations to Anne, Susie, Tanya, new buyer, anonymous buyer. If you want to add this to your order, it is available, it is in stock, but those stock levels are quickly being allocated to baskets. If you want to take the opportunity to see this in the flesh for just £24.95, then you can add it to your order right now. Just dial our free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on. Oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm being really silly there. Have a look at this. Beautiful labradorite. The quality of our labradorite is out of this world. It increases year on year in terms of the quality that we can source for you. And as we enter our 4th year here at Jewellery Maker, it's our birthday next week. We'll be 4. And may the 4th be with you. Rubbish dad joke, I'm being told. Over 100 carats on these faceted pear-shaped drops. They range in size from 15 by 7 to 33 by 11, so each and every gemstone here large enough to be used as a pendant. and become the focal point of your jewellery design. You see, I see the design process as sort of like building a design. You know, you've got to put layers of texture, character into your designs, but it does tend to focus around one gemstone to begin with. And I've discussed this with our expert designers, and they all concur that, you know, it's generally one gemstone that takes your fancy. That's where you start, and then I think some people have different processes, don't they? Some people like to sketch out their designs and they want to know exactly where each gemstone is going to go, exactly where every wire flourish is going to go. Others have a more organic process where they just let the gemstones and the wire do the work, for example. But when we look at a gemstone like labradorite, it doesn't really matter what's going on around it, because it's this optical property that's going to capture everyone's attention. I mean, I can isolate one gemstone and show you to highlight the labradorescence, but I think it's coming through on virtually every gemstone. You've got lime greens coming through, electric blues, golden labradorescence as well coming through from these small, you can see that there, the golden tones coming through in your labradorescence. It's absolutely exceptional. And actually, once again, the lapidris has really enhanced the effect that we get from the gemstone. The visual impact of this gemstone has been really enhanced by that checkerboard faceting on the surface of the gemstone. It's almost dictating the way the labradorescence is moving across the surface of the gemstone, and that is what's going to attract people's attention. So first of all, they're going to see that flash of light, that play of colour, and they're going to be attracted to the design. And then when they look a little closer, they're going to see that this has been treated as any gemstone should, beautifully faceted to enhance that aesthetic, that optical phenomenon that is associated with gorgeous labradorite. This particular strand comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. And if you did miss out on the opportunity to add this to your order when it was originally launched, this is your second bite of the cherry, but we only have a limited number available, and here comes your price point this evening, $14.95. I mean, once again, I think that I feel comfortable with talking about the kind of price points you could achieve working with this strand, because I think anybody that's investing in this already has an understanding of gemstones and gemology, potentially is already selling their jewellery designs, and in all honesty, let's just do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're talking about an average of over 10 carats on each gemstone. And so if you're featuring a 10 carat labradorite as the pendant for any design, you know that you must be able to achieve a price point of over £10 on that piece of jewellery. You can make that 10 times over here. So it is a hugely profitable strand of gemstones if you are selling your designs. Alternatively, you've got the focal point for 10 different jewellery designs with one strand here. I mean, where else could you buy 10 pendants that are going to make this much impact on your jewellery designs for just $14.95? We're talking about less than £1.50 for a 10 carat labradorite there. Out of this world. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion it is another premiere launch, a strand we've never seen before here at Jewellery Maker, and this is another very, very exciting opportunity, another birthstone. But this is why I always refer to peridot as the most appropriate birthstone for me, because those rich, vibrant lime green tones are the kind of colour tones I associate with the month of August. Citrine is November's birthstone. Now, November in the UK is traditionally a kind of dark and rainy time, isn't it? And so when you're talking about an appropriate birthstone, what would we say? Maybe cloudy quartz would be appropriate. Certainly not the gemstone of happiness. The sunshine gemstone, as far as I'm concerned, it's got those golden rays that emanate from the centre of the gemstone, hasn't it? Particularly on a strand like this. Now, sometimes we do see that variation in the colour saturation on citrine, and we see more of those paler hues, some of those sort of lemon-like tones coming through. Not with this strand. Rich, opulent, sunshine, golden tones coming through, and on this particular strand it's really interesting. It's ticking so many boxes. You've got your medium nuggets here. They range in size from 14 by 11 to 25 by 15, and you've got real irregularity in the sizes and the shapes of each and every gemstone. They've still been faceted to perfection, so you get that play of light, that bit of sparkle, and that's what you want from these particular gemstones, because they are statement gemstones. I mean, if you were to take this largest gemstone, that's actually been checkerboard faceted on one side and step cut faceted on the other, so you get completely different play of light on both sides. But what I was going to say is, if you set that into a wirework ring design, very on trend, very fashionable, a statement or showcase ring design, but the gemstone is doing all the work. You can create a very simple wire prong setting, a very simple shank. The gemstone is going to be the focus in that piece of jewellery, isn't it? Huge carat weight as well on that particular stone. Again, I'll do you a quick count up so we can work out an average. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we're talking again about an average of over 10 carats on each gemstone. And you could either integrate these into more of an organic design, or for me, I mean, it's crying out to be used in a wirework design. That's the way I see it personally. And I know it's going to be popular with all of our jewellery makers at home, because again, it does have those connections for so many, with it being November's birthstone. But actually, when we're thinking about putting together collections for the spring and summer months, you've got to have these beautiful golden tones, haven't you? Gems of Distinction strand of citrine, 140 carats in total, and as ever, we are going to be offering you an exclusive launch price this evening. Oh, sorry, can we just have a look at that recording there, please, Director Bruce? Just put something on my screen and just have a look at the way those beautiful, almost, I'm trying to give a little bit of variety to the words I use here, but actually it really is that strong buttercup yellow that's coming through, isn't it? Very strong golden tone. That's probably more similar to the colour tone you're going to be able to see when you get this home. Again, often the studio lights are going to affect the saturation of the colour that you see through your TV screen. That's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get this home, fall in love with it for yourself, and I can tell you this is going to be your best opportunity to get this home, because we are going to offer you an exclusive launch price. Let's have a look at the price that we are currently showing on our website, $11.95. But tonight, for the next 60 minutes, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price. We're going to give you the best opportunity to own this Gems of Distinction strand of organically faceted citrine. Let's have a look at the price we can bring you this evening, down to $9.95. We're taking this under £10 to give everybody out there the best opportunity to get this into their collection. Don't forget, you don't have to make a definitive choice right now. You've got 30 days. You can get this home, see it in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. Maybe you want to see how this matches up with your antique bronze wire, so that you know whether it will work within your wire wrap pendants or wire work rings. Maybe you've got a completely different design idea in mind. One thing I will say is that for me, the carat weights on this particular strand are going to capture people's imagination. They are going to be a big selling point, because when people see statement sizes of genuine gemstones, they get excited about the jewellery designs, don't they? It's available right now for an exclusive launch price of just $9.95. It will be available on our website at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of that deal, add that to your order right now. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, yet more incredible deals from Amelia and the boys on The Late Show. Don't go away.
Come and join resident designer Linda as she guides you through various techniques in soutache. Get creative with this exciting medium and learn how to braid with round gemstones, how to set and wrap a cabochon, and how to make a back piece with ultra suede backing. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, soutache cord and ultra suede backing, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to The Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you for joining us. Very, very interesting evening here on The Late Show because we've got some incredible premiere launches. We have already brought you citrine, clear quartz flowers, yellow quartzite leaves. We brought you a 10-strand super saver for under £20. But coming up at the end of the show, as our superstar buy, is this gorgeous strand of Tsavorite garnet. Just look at those colour tones. Probably the rarest variety of garnet on the planet, and we have got a limited number available to be launched at 8:45 this evening as our super star buy. So don't miss out on that deal. Before that though, of course, we've got a number of star buys to bring you. We'll be doing one every 30 minutes and those will either be premiere launches or bargain bundles. But until then, we are going to try and find and add it to your order price for each and every one of you out there. If you've already got a P&P up and running, if you paid your $2.95 for today, then we're going to try to help you maximize on that deal by finding you an add it to your order price. Where are we going to start? Wow, beautiful iolite. Faceted droplets of iolite. And for me, very, very high quality standard of gemstone here. See those rich violet tones coming through from your iolite. And again, you can see the quality of the gemstone sample from the way it's been faceted by a lapidurist. Because of the depth of colour you've got on this iolite, rather than a sparkle, I describe that as beautiful lustre, that almost reflective like quality that you get when you've got these beautiful depth of colour here, gorgeous violet tones. And they may look a little bit darker on your screen, but that's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. In fact, I'm just going to hold that out a little to get some of that light passing through the gemstones, and you can see almost tanzanite blues coming through from your iolite here. Now the drops themselves range in size from 8x5 to 10x7, so once again quite a significant size, but not so large that they would dominate a design or overpower any gemstone, but large enough certainly to be used as the focus of a design, maybe as a pendant. For me, all about that colour tone, that rich violet colour that we associate with the gemstone. Of course, it's thought that potentially its name derives from the Greek name for violet. I can tell you, we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction this evening here on The Late Show. Let's have a look at our current price on this strand. So it's already down at $14.95. We're talking about 33p per carat here. You know, do your own research, see what kind of prices you can pay for this quality of iolite. I guarantee you, no one's going to be charging you 33 pence per carat. And neither are we, because we're taking the price even lower. 45 carats of faceted iolite drops here should be $14.95. In 60 minutes time it's going to return to that price point, but right now we are going to offer you incredible value, a price point we should not be going anywhere near for a Gems of Distinction strand of iolite, and my producer's saying that very firmly, nowhere near that price. He's not messing around tonight, is he? When he says he wants to give everybody out there a clearance deal, he means it. $7.95 now for some of the most exquisite iolite I've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. You can see the quality from the way that light is just dancing on the surface of the gemstones. Again, the lapidurist work has really helped to enhance the finish that you have on the gemstone, but I have to take my hat off to Mother Nature on this particular strand because it's all about that colour tone. And basically, I'm going to be honest with everybody. I'm going to let everybody into a little secret here. Basically, my producer, over the last half an hour or so, has felt a little bit unloved. He thought, I'm going way too low on genuine gemstones and they're not selling out. Yes, we've got lots of interest, people coming through, people placing these strands in their baskets, but they're not selling out like they normally do. And so, in all honesty, he's gone way lower than he should just to find out how many jewellery makers are out there trying to get hold of a bargain. And actually, it looks like we're going to melt the phone lines. A beautiful iolite available for $7.95. There's no way, I mean, there really is no way that iolite of this quality should be going to that price point. We're now talking about 20p a carat on iolite. No wonder Margaret's got two of these heading her way. Congratulations to Luba, Carol, Belinda, Sandra, Janet, Elizabeth, Tanya, Tina, Caroline. Lots of new buyers coming through as well. If you want to add this to your order, it will be available at the, I would say, devaluing price of $7.95. See how quickly he whipped it off screen there. We're not trying to devalue gemstones. We want to provide you with the best value on the market. And on that occasion, we also wanted to find out how many bargain hunters there were watching the show. A lot. Gold flash sterling silver flower beads now. When you're talking about adding character and texture to your designs, when you're talking about the inclusion of precious metals and components that will potentially, maybe I would say, help to, if not lead the creative process, certainly inform it, if you like. These are the kind of findings that are going to elevate you onto that next level. They're going to set you apart from other jewellery designers, because I think people do traditionally include metallic beads within their designs, but do their beads offer this much character? Do they? This almost puts a stamp of character onto the design. You've got 5 in total. You can see the detailing on the surface of the bead there. Those 5, hold on, I can't count, 6 beautiful petals. You do get 5 in total. They're 7mm in size, just so you can get an idea of how they're going to work within your designs. And as ever, we're going to offer you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at the current price. Wow, they're already down at $8.95. Now this is gold flash sterling silver. Now some people, well, generally every time we bring one of these to us, somebody asks the question. I know that regular viewers will already be well aware of this, but if you are new to us, flash is very similar to plating. It's just a slightly thinner micron thickness of gold on top of the sterling silver. And my analogy always is that plating is sort of getting the item and dipping it into the gold, and flash is sort of like as if it was sprayed on top. So that's not 100% accurate. It's just to give people an understanding of how you get the difference between plating and flash. These are gold flash sterling silver beads, high end on top of high end, currently available for $8.95, but we're about to take the price even lower this evening to make even our high end findings as accessible as possible. If you're watching online at JewelleryMaker.com, you'll already see that my producer had lowered the price down to $7.95. He's carrying on the chipping. He's taking it down to $6.95, and he's telling me that the more people he sees on the phone lines, the lower he's going to go. We're having lots of interest at $6.95. If you're interested in adding these to your order, get involved right now, and we could potentially go even lower. Don't forget, you can put the phone down. You can chuck them out your basket. But at $4.95, this is a price not... What? You are in so much trouble. Sorry, you just said, oh no, my finger slipped. Down to $3.95. He really wants to see how many people are watching now. He is taking high-end findings to the kind of price points you can't even buy a cup of coffee for in some places. And I should say, on that note, thank you very much for my coffee, Amelia.
You're welcome, Ed. You're welcome.
That's the beauty of working for a channel that has such a lovely family-orientated vibe around it. We're all one big happy family. Amelia just made me a lovely cup of coffee. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of this deal. Of course, it will only be available at this price for the next 60 minutes. I mean, if the management or the producers had their way, it wouldn't even be on for 60 minutes at that price. Not a price point we should be anywhere near for precious metals. But congratulations to Linda, you've got 3. Anonymous buyer, you've got 3. Catherine, you've got 2. Pamela, you've got 2. Lots of individuals coming through at JewelleryMaker.com right now, allocating this to their basket. You're all being described as new telephone buyers, so I imagine all you need to do now is check in and check out. I'm going to leave that one with you at $3.95. We're going to move on to beautiful pink poppy quartz. It has this crackled like effect that's going to add, well, texture to your designs, but in abundance. Gorgeous femininity from the colour tone here. And again, actually, the texture that you get from this crackled effect is really being formed from the variations in the colours that it's giving you. So where you've got fewer inclusions, you've got this more feminine pink tone. Where you've got heavier inclusions, you've got more of a solid hot pink tone. So that's the way that this crackled effect, these inclusions, are providing you with texture and variety within your jewellery designs. Again, they're top drill drop, so very easy to incorporate into your designs. They're 10 by 8mm in size, and that gives you 150 carats in total. For me, these are the kind of gemstones which would form the perfect accent gemstone in your designs, because they are going to provide you with character, they are going to provide you with texture. They do have a very interesting finish because they've got this high polished droplet style to them, and they're going to allow you to create affordable jewellery designs because of the wholesale price we can bring you right now on this strand of pink poppy quartz. Here comes your price point. Start dialing that free phone number because it is another add it to your order price, this time of just $7.95. If you want to take advantage of that deal, if you want to add this strand to your order, then dial that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. One of the key things about shopping with us at our website on JewelleryMaker.com is that placing an item in your basket doesn't necessarily guarantee your purchase. You have to check out in order to be assured that this strand is heading your way. So for everybody who's placing this in their basket right now, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because I only have a limited number available, and if somebody was to dial our free phone number and come through, potentially your strand could be allocated to their order. So that's one thing to bear in mind when you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, although it is a very, very efficient way to add the items to your order. We're going to move on, and this time we're going to give you another opportunity to own gorgeous cultured pearls. Lots of femininity from this particular strand because you've got this beautiful lavender tone. These are 11 by 10mm potato pearls, hugely luxurious size and very feminine finish here. So you get a variety of different pearls. Some are cultured in different types of water. For example, you get freshwater pearls, you get pearls that are cultured within salt water, and sometimes that becomes a feature of the mineral itself, and people like to advertise those kind of variations in the way in which they've been formed. Traditionally, they are formed in salt water, in oyster shells. I think most people are aware of that, and that sort of feeds into the romance of owning a pearl, doesn't it? The fact that it really is handcrafted by Mother Nature, and actually within another of one of Mother Nature's creatures actually forms these. They're literally hand carved inside the shell. Of course, Mother Nature is responsible for most gemstones, but when we think about, for example, a deposit of Tsavorite garnet, you can imagine that it's taken maybe millions of years of really high temperatures and different pressures to form those crystal formations, and of course Tsavorite garnet, very rare variety. So it's actually a unique environment that it's formed within. But pearls are a little bit more intimate, aren't they? They're a little bit more romantic because it's one creature that is forming each and every individual pearl. And so there is something romantic about that. And of course, when we think about jewellery, there tends to be, well, more often than not, there tends to be a romantic element to what we're either creating or what we're presenting to somebody as a gift. And so I think pearls tend to feed into that traditional romance that is generally behind a jewellery purchase, because as I say, each and every one handcrafted by Mother Nature individually. It's not that she forms a huge crystal formation and then we go mine it and chop it up and facet it and cut it and polish it and send it halfway around the world and put it on TV. This is a little bit different. She really has got her hand in the individual forming of each and every pearl. And that romantic ideal is taken to another level when we look at this sort of powder pink, this lavender tone, this very feminine colour tone that you get from this particular strand. Hugely luxurious size, 11 by 10 mil. And here comes your price this evening. Or rather, here comes the price you should be paying this evening. $19.95. This is the only price you've previously seen for this strand. But now, for the last in stock here on The Late Show, we're going to offer you an exclusive price reduction, taking them down to $14.95. My producer handing you back a crisp £5 note this evening. That is your call to action. Start dialing that free phone number right now if you want to add this strand of pearls to your order. Now, I know that lots of people are interested in the sort of the myth and legend attached to gemstones, the folklore, if you like. Now, you know, I have my own personal opinions about those kind of mystical approaches towards gemstones, but you know, if you do buy into it, pearls, one of the most fantastic array of associations associated with innocence, with weddings, with romance. Literally the sort of key points that are associated to most jewellery designs, pearls encapsulate that in a very special way, don't they? And actually, traditionally, pearls' association with weddings is thought that it could stop the bride from crying on their big day. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe it is totally true. Although I have seen a few brides wearing pearls and still bawling their eyes out, so I'm not sure it's 100% effective. But, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why we as jewellery makers focus on working with genuine gemstones, because they do have that little narrative attached to them. They've been revered for so many years, and as a result, they offer you something a little more romantic than perhaps a piece of glass. These pearls are available at the clearance price of $14.95, but they'll only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Move on to another very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. And once again, we've sort of enhanced Mother Nature's hard work. We've taken some of these multicoloured agates and we've given them an almost metallic coating. Oh, it has been classified as a metallic coating, so there you go, I can say that. It does really feel that way because you get this sort of silver or gold-like shimmer on the gemstones when you move them in the light. Apart from anything else, you've got a whole rainbow of colour tones here, ranging from your amethyst purples to your fuchsia tones, beautiful icy blues, gorgeous golden hues coming through as well. Something for every jewellery making scenario, and as I say, they're going to give you slightly different finish than what you'd usually associate with the gemstone because of that metallic coating. Now these are going to make an impact on your designs. They're very large, they're 20 by 15 mil in size, large enough to be a pendant, or of course, if you do have a real statement gemstone that you're working with and you're creating a gem heavy piece of jewellery, these would be the perfect accent. 230 carats of multicoloured metallic agate, and here comes your price point. Boom. Start dialing now, because we should be offering you this strand at the added to your order price of just $8.95. But we're not gonna. we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction this evening on this particular strand. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, because 230 carats of metallic coated agate can be added to your order right now for $5.95. Absolutely exceptional. And at this juncture, I think it's important that we reintroduce the very popular feature to the Late Show of Ed's Pointless Fact. Now that I've med reference to the myriad of colours that you're getting here, the almost rainbow-like effect, do you want to hear my piece of pointless trivia? Look at participation, Pete. He's never nodded his head so quickly. Look at that. He wants to hear it. He wants to know. You want the fact?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, before I give you the piece of information, think about the last time you saw a rainbow. Can you think of that, Pete?
I'm thinking.
We could be here all day. You're thinking, what time of day was it when you saw a rainbow?
It was 4:45 p.m.
4:45 p.m. I believe you, because you can only see a rainbow in either the early morning or the late afternoon. You're not going to see a rainbow at lunchtime, because the sun is required to be at a 40-degree angle in order for the light to be dispersed and create a spectrum of colour. Ed's Pointless Fact, everyone. And it is now time for a star boy! I'll cut it. Winding me up, didn't they? Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, we have bundled a selection of gemstones together so that we can offer you a unique saving. And we've only taken 2 gemstones, strands, and bundled them together. But just have a look at the impact they're going to make on your jewellery designs. I have fallen in love with this pair of earrings. This might be my favourite piece of jewellery I've ever seen being created by our resident jewellery makers. Look at that. What is it, like a little strawberry? Maybe? It just has a very fruity feel to it, doesn't it? I love those. I can imagine those selling so quickly at a craft fair. And for the value that we're going to provide you on these particular strands of Marquise cut gemstones, you genuinely would be able to sell that pair of earrings for £2. I personally don't think that handmade bespoke jewellery designs should be going to those prices, but as I say, I've been speaking to a lot of our jewellery makers on my Facebook site. People are telling me that they feel that we, as a group of the presenters on the channel, are overestimating the price points that can be achieved on your jewellery designs. I know that some people are very successful. We had one viewer who won the Design of the Week competition, not last week but the week before, and the reason that I awarded, I'm really rubbish with names, but I think it was Janet Brown. Sounds right? Does that sound? I think it was Janet Brown. I didn't want to get it wrong, but I've gone for it now. And I think the reason that Janet won is that she'd created a pendant, a wirework pendant. She'd gone and asked if she could put it in the window of her local boutique or a salon, and it was sold within the hour, £35. She used one gemstone, I think it was an agate slab, and wire. She created that, £35, so it's a hugely profitable piece. That goes to show you the kind of price points that can be achieved on your handmade jewellery designs. However, if you're trying to sell these sort of quirky earring designs and you're trying to achieve a £5 price point and you haven't got any takers, then I understand. You have to build up trust with your client base. Let's say you were charging £2 for that. I guarantee you're still going to make profit off this Marquise selection. You can see here, oh, I love it. Look at the floral motif that's been created and the necklace design. Love that. Something a little bit different as well there. Gorgeous. Allows the banding on the red stripe agate to really come to the forefront while still allowing the darker lapis lazuli to be a real feature of the design as well. Love this particular strand of lapis lazuli because how often do we see these alternative colour tones? So you've got this swirling of the forest greens and the deep sea blues. I mean, it really actually looks like, you know, an aerial view of planet Earth. That's the kind of effect you've got from the banding on the lapis lazuli. Once again, imitating Mother Nature. She's imitating herself, I suppose. Taking her original colour combination for the planet Earth and incorporating that into this strand of beautiful marquise lapis lazuli. Now I should say you still get the golden flecks from the copper and pyrite inclusions within lapis lazuli. And then have a look at this. These are perfect for leaves or petals, aren't they? I know that my producer thinks that I overstate that point a little bit, but actually you can see here the first point of call for our resident jewellery maker, Rosanna, was to create a beautiful flower design because marquise cuts just lend themselves to those motifs, and of course they're so popular within the world of handmade jewellery design. But I have to say, hats off to Rosanna because she has taken it in another direction for what I would still consider to be matching earring designs, because again they're still inspired by Mother Nature, continuing that theme, but they have more of a fruity feel than a floral feel. Still, these are forming little leaves, aren't they? And they're absolutely perfect. Love that variation of the sort of juicy like tone from the red agate combined with that very natural colour combination that you get from your lapis lazuli. All in all, you're getting a huge carat weight of a hugely versatile gemstones, and of course you're going to make a huge saving. Would normally cost you close to £15 for these two strands, but not tonight. We're going to give you a star buy price of just £8.95, another add it to your order price for what I would consider to be two essential strands for most jewellery makers, not just because of the colour tones and the banding and the variation that you get on each and every gemstone, but also because of the cut. A hugely wasteful cut. It is thought to be the most wasteful gemstone cut, the marquise, because of course you have to cut away huge amounts of the gemstone to create this elongated shape, and it's available right now for £8.95. So congratulations to Tina, Yvette, Paula, Caroline, Nazreen, a new buyer. Lots of familiar names coming through there, and that is because people love to maximise on their 1 P&P per day, and of course get wholesale deals for essential gemstones. Your marquise collection coming in at just £8.95. If you do want to add that to your order, it will be available on our website for the next 60 minutes. All you got to do is dial our free phone number, or alternatively click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to move on, and we're going to offer you now the opportunity to add the gemstone of true love to your order. Talked a lot about the romance and the femininity behind jewellery designs, and this particular gemstone not only feeds into that, but this particular cut also goes to highlight the femininity that you get from this particular strand. Top drilled, faceted droplets of rose quartz. They're 14 by 10 mil in size, so certainly large enough to be used as a pendant, but actually subtle enough to be incorporated into a more gem heavy design. I mean, for me, I'm seeing earring designs actually. You want a design that has a little bit of movement, don't you? Because you want that play of light. You want those checkerboard facets to be doing all the work for you with this gemstone. Lots of femininity from the pastel tones. And again, they could be incorporated into certain designs. maybe petals, for example. But actually, as I say, you could keep it really simple. 2 gemstones, pair of shepherd hooks. You're going to get a huge impact because when the light plays on the surface of the gemstone, you get that traditional sparkle, and you've already got lots of femininity from that pastel tone. 130 carats in total, and here comes your price this evening. $6.95. Wow, that is an add it to your order price. Was not expecting to see that price, mainly because of the amount of time that's been dedicated to creating the finish on the gemstone, uniform checkerboard faceting on the surface, which really allows the light to dance on the surface of the gemstones. Creates hugely romantic finish. Absolutely gorgeous. It's available right now for $6.95. If you want to add this to your order, if you want to maximise on our 1 P&P per day offer, then start dialing that free phone number right now. 130 carats of faceted rose quartz droplets available for $6.95. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. So we've got a lot to get through before we enter the final hour of the late show. This is your miss it, miss out section. We are determined to find and add it to your order price for each and every one of you. So we're going to have to up the pace a little bit here. 90 carats of beautiful blue chalcedony. But I would say that this particular sample is imitating blue lace agate. Probably, I would say, the most revered variety of that particular gemstone. And here we've got your 6mm rounds. So can you imagine creating perhaps some macrame bracelets with this beautiful gemstone? If you want to get involved, put yourself to the front of the queue. Start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your add it to your order price for this gorgeous strand of chalcedony. Oh, and we're going to give you a price reduction. So if you already took my advice, if you started dialing, you're in for a real treat. Down to $4.95. We've just taken beautiful blue chalcedony down to $4.95. Any jewellery makers out there can surely appreciate not only the gorgeous finish that you're getting on the gemstones, the beautiful colour tone, which is so versatile because of those powder blues, but also the value that we can offer you tonight, under £5 for genuine gemstones. It's only going to be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. I've got lots of people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com, adding this to their basket, trying to maximise on that 1 P&P per day, and of course taking advantage of the value we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. Incredible value, really. $4.95 for 90 carats of gorgeous blue chalcedony. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Ooh, wow. Another gemstone that's been enhanced, if you like, by being given this beautiful coating. So this, again, is an alternative variety of chalcedony, this time your hot pink chalcedony. But we've given it this almost, I would say, again, it almost resembles a sort of metallic coating, so you get this silver or gold-like shimmer when you move the gemstone in the light. Almost a cranberry-like tone from the gemstones themselves. These are 10mm polished rounds. Again, lots of versatility from your plain rounds. And, once again, the best value on the market from everyone here at Jewellery Maker. Let's have a look at our price this evening for this incredible strand of chalcedony. $9.95, under £10. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you in terms of chalcedony. And actually, you can see the quality from the unique way this has been polished to give you that very high-end finish on the surface of the gemstone. We've gone one step further on this particular strand by giving it this gorgeous coating. But again, the value is clear for all to see. Taking this particular strand under £10 this evening, $9.95. Congratulations to all of my buyers coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now to take advantage of this incredible deal. I'm going to leave that on with you. We're going to keep moving. I should just say, before we move on to our next opportunity, coming up in 1 hour's time now, the premiere launch of this strand of Tsavorite garnet. Certainly the most, I would say, the most high-end strand of Tsavorite garnet I've ever presented here at Jewellery Maker. I think traditionally I have brought you the chips and the nuggets, but very rarely have I brought you faceted Tsavorite garnet, if ever. In my opinion, the rarest variety of Tsavorite garnet, garnet available, coming from just one location in the world. And if you do want the opportunity to own a collector's gemstone, it's coming up in 1 hour's time. Don't miss out on that deal. Before that, we are going to continue with our incredible clearance deals. I'm going to offer you, this time, is this like cranberry red quartz? Is this another strand of chalcedony? Wow. Don't expect to see this kind of clarity from chalcedony because, of course, we do associate the gemstone with having that sort of translucency, that sort of waxy luster. It does have a gorgeous luster to it, but because of the depth of colour and the saturation, I was thinking of this as possibly being quartz, but it is in fact chalcedony. Now, I described the last strand as having sort of cranberry hues coming through. Wow, this epitomises that colour tone. That's exactly what you expect to see when something's described as sort of cranberry red, isn't it? 50 carats in total. These are your 6mm faceted rounds, and because of that depth of colour, because of that waxy luster, you're getting so much sparkle from this gemstone. It is absolutely exquisite. And once again, we can provide you with an add it to your order price, the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. Lots of people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com. And here comes your price. $5.95. Just imagine the impact this is going to have on your jewellery designs. I've got people multi-buying this particular strand now. At $5.95, I'm not surprised. You know, it's one of those colour tones which is very traditionally used within jewellery design, isn't it? And we don't really see it that often, do we? I mean, if you think of natural gemstones that offer you this colour tone, how many are there? Maybe ruby, rubellite, but that's very, very rare. Anything else people can think of? Yeah, red gemstones of this, you know, that offer you this sort of bold tone. I know that we've got lots of pink gemstones which are of more feminine hue. Yeah, unless you dye quartz this colour, you're not going to find it on anything other than a ruby, potentially a rubellite, but as I say, the opportunity to own rubellite is very few and far between, really, isn't it? And to find a rubellite of over half a carat or a carat, very, very rare. So I would say this is your opportunity to get this bold cranberry red tone into your collection, and one of the lowest price points of the night, down to $5.95. Congratulations to Jennifer, Philip, Caroline, Isabel, Christine, Margaret, Anne, Dorothy, Margaret, Lisa, new buyers, anonymous buyers. If you're taking advantage of this deal, which many of you are, in fact lots of people buying 3s and 2s of this particular strand, if you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. I'm going to leave that one with you. My apologies. We wanted to give everybody one last look there. I whipped it out of shop. There we go. I'll leave that one with you then, and we're going to move on. Doo-doo-doo. Wow. Amethyst trilliants. Probably one of the most traditional gemstones sold within the jewellery market, and probably one of the most traditional gemstone cuts. $120 carats of amethyst here. In your 10mm trilliants, gorgeous variation of colour tones here, ranging from those regal purple tones to those intense violets, and even down to those lavender hues as well. So again, lots of variation, lots of design scope with this particular strand, and of course, one of the most familiar gemstones on the market. Your customers, your clients are going to be aware of this gemstone. I would say most people are going to have some sort of association with amethyst because it is so widely used. if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price point this evening. Wow. And add it to your order price, just $7.95 for well over 100 carats of amethyst. And if you want to take advantage of this deal, maybe you intend to start selling your jewellery designs, but maybe a lot of your designs are a little bit niche. They're sort of Marmite designs, if you like, and you're a bit concerned that people might not understand your creativity. Why not invest in some more traditional gemstones and create some simple earring designs or bracelet designs that will allow you to expand the jewellery collection you have when you're selling your designs, and then of course as well you can make those pieces the more affordable pieces. So if people aren't quite buying into your more artistic gem heavy designs, you can still cover your costs for the day, if you like, by selling the affordable piece of jewellery. I mean, by the time we're down to $7.95 and the amount of gemstones we're getting here, I'm going to go one step further. I'm at the summer fete. I'm selling jewellery designs and I want to create an affordable piece of jewellery. I'm going down to £1 for a pair of earrings. £1 for a pair of earrings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You still haven't even used half the strand and you've made your money back, and nobody out there can tell me that £1 for a pair of amethyst earrings isn't incredibly competitive. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $7.95. Beautiful trillium cut amethyst. We're going to leave that one, we're going to move on. Moving on to Rhyolite Jasper. Have a look at this. Now when you think about the inclusion of earthy colour tones in your gemstone collection, this is the ultimate gemstone, isn't it? Forest greens, earthy brown tones. Love the banding. Love it. Totally individual to each and every gemstone. These are 12mm plain rounds. And actually, the interesting thing about a gemstone like jasper is the fact that it's sort of carved its own way in the gemstone world. It's actually a form of chalcedony. It's part of the chalcedony family. But because there's so many different varieties of jasper, we now consider it to be a gemstone family all of its own, don't we? With the likes of blood jasper, ribbon jasper, trying to think of some of the other varieties we bring here. Red jasper, for example, we bring that quite, or as I call it, terracotta jasper. And of course, rhyolite jasper, what we have right now. So because there's such a huge variety of them, we almost think of jasper as being a gemstone family all of its own. And for me, this is the particular variety of jasper that offers you the most character. Just have a look at this one, for example. You've got a sort of opaque finish here with really interesting band. It almost looks like a little face, doesn't it? Eyes and a nose and a smile. Have a look at the alternative side. Almost getting the kind of clarity you'd associate with maybe a smoky quartz. They're almost, these have the same kind of character as, do you remember when you used to buy a bag of marbles when you were younger? Pete doesn't, because he's too young. He had a Game Gear, or oh, don't tell me you're too young for a Game Gear. Doesn't even know what it is. You certainly never bought a bag of marbles then, did you, Pete? Did you ever play? Did you ever play marbles at school, Pete?
No.
Do you know what a marble is, Pete?
Yeah.
My producer just said, "Don't worry about him, Pete. We had Pogs and Pokemon." I don't even know what that is. Right, 340 carats of rhyolite jasper, and just have a look at the intense individual character these are going to offer your designs at 12mm rounds. here comes your price point this evening. $7.95. This has been a very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker over the last 4 years, and it still is, because I've got people multi-buying this strand. Congratulations to Pamela, you've got 3. And I should say that's Pamela in Shropshire, because otherwise Pamela in Wrexham's going to be panicking, thinking, no, I only wanted 1. So we've got lots of Pamelas through for this one. Vera, you're there. Rosemary, you've got yours. New buyers, anonymous buyers. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $7.95. Really? Deborah has just bought 7 strands of Rhyolite Jasper. Congratulations. Obviously a massive favourite with you, Deborah, so congratulations. It is available right now, but only while stocks last. It is quickly flying out the door at just $7.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Ooh, now we've already had a couple of different varieties of aquamarine so far in the show. We've had, I would say, the most high-end strand of aquamarine I've ever brought you, and we honoured the launch price. That was down from $49.95 to $39.95, but that was the kind of quality of aquamarine I would expect to see set into sterling silver or gold by a jeweller, a traditional jeweller. Then we had the alternative varieties, which was under £10. I would imagine this particular strand sits somewhere in the middle of those two, because there's far more regularity to the cut and the faceting, far more depth of colour than we saw on our irregular rondelles, and of course you've got a huge carat weight here, 90 carats in total. Now these faceted drops range in size from 8x5 to 15x8 mil in size, so again they're going to make a huge impact on your designs. And actually, because of the graduation of sizes on this particular strand, if we look just right at the end, you can see how dainty these smaller ones are. I mean, that is crying out to be made into a beautiful pair of earrings, isn't it? So delicate, but you only need a little bit of movement for the light to pick up on the gorgeous faceting on this particular strand. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and actually I'm really impressed with the saturation of colour you've got here. A really beautiful sky blue tone, and actually I think we've had a little message about creating earring designs. So I've just suggested that these couple would suit a pair of maybe droplet style earrings, which are, for us, we consider them to be probably one of the easiest pieces of jewellery to create, and of course one of the pieces of jewellery which tend to be big sellers at craft fairs, because you're going to charge affordable prices because they haven't taken you a long time to make, and of course you can use your smaller gemstones within those designs. Yeah, let's see what our viewers think about what I've been saying then. It's not coming on screen. This is the exact problem Pete had earlier when he was presenting the mid-show. Isn't that right, Pete? Yeah. Okay, we'll read it out because our graphics are messing around with us. And who's that from? James or Jane? No. James. Gentleman Jewellery Maker, text in to say, Ed, what on earth are you talking about? Why would you be selling genuine gemstone earrings for anything under £10? You wouldn't dream of charging under £10 for sterling silver findings and genuine gemstones. Pete, looking at Pete, my apologies. James, I'm with you, my friend. I totally agree with you. I can't understand why anybody would not recognise the value that is offered when you're working with genuine gemstones. I'm merely, working on the feedback I've received. Some people saying they can't achieve price points of £5 and £10 for their earring designs. So I was just trying to show the value we offer you by saying you could charge as little as £1 for a pair of earrings and still make a huge amount of profit with some of our strands. For me, if you're working with gems of distinction quality aquamarine, certainly don't be charging £1 or £2 for a pair of earrings. James is exactly right. If you're setting aquamarine into sterling silver, even if you've used 2 gemstones, you're talking about at least £10, at least. Right now you can add this strand to your order for as little as $14.95, and I'm going to have to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because it is now time for yet another Star Buy! Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion it's going to be a discount bundle. We've taken 2 of our gemstone strands and we've bundled them together so that we can provide you with a unique saving. Now this saving will only be available for the next 60 minutes and it's essentially a wholesale price for genuine gemstones. This particular bundle is known as Wildflowers, and when you see the combination of colour tones that you've got here, you'll understand why. Gorgeous pastel green tones from your chrysoprase, and then you've got those beautiful rose pink tones from this pink opal. Now these are plain slabs of opal, really interesting, because we don't see this cut that frequently here on Jewellery Maker. We do see it from time to time, but it is quite individual. 100 carats in total, and the slabs themselves range in size from 11 by 6 to 37 by 8 mil. For me, you get so much drama in each and every gemstone here because of the banding. Yes, you've got that feminine pastel pink base tone, but you've got these jet black swirls. You've got these almost golden-like inclusions on the surface of a gemstone, and those feed into your designs, providing you with character and texture. Then have a look at the chrysoprase. The perfect accompaniment to this pastel pink is this gorgeous pastel green. Now this particular strand of chrysoprase does offer you this almost translucency to it, and actually as a result, when the light passes through the gemstone, can you see that almost like a golden hue coming through? Absolutely gorgeous. These are gonna make a massive impact on your designs. They're gonna allow you to create really expansive designs that, for me, are showcase pieces. I don't think anybody's going to expect to see these kind of carat weights of chrysoprase and pink opal and expect to pay a low price point. This is the kind of gemstones that you want to work with if you want to make an impact, if you want to create gem-heavy, showcase pieces of jewellery. And of course, tonight, we're going to offer you a wholesale Star Buy price. Normally, if you were to buy these 2 Gems of Distinction strands individually, it would cost you £24.90. That already represents the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, particularly when you're talking about these kind of carat weights, over 100 carats on both strands. But that's not your price tonight. You're not going to be asked to pay over £20 this evening. In fact, we're going well under £20. Normally £24.90, which, as I say, already represents incredible value when you consider what you're getting here. But that's not our Star Buy price. For your Wildflowers bundle, we're going to take it down tonight to £15.95, saving the best part of £10 there. Congratulations to all of my buyers who'd already come through on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com. Good idea. We've taken it down to £14.95 so that we have saved you £10. So well done to everybody who's come through. Annie, Barbara, Anne, Julie, anonymous buyers as well there. You're making a huge saving. You're getting the best possible value for these gemstone strands. Tomorrow morning, this combination of gemstone strands would set you back $24.90. Right now you can add it to your order for $14.95. Can't say fairer than that. And if you do want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. The only reason that we can go this low on these gemstone strands is that it is a limited edition bundle. We only have a limited number available, and as a result, we've saved you £10 this evening. Don't forget, you've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee, but when you're talking about pink opal, 100 carats in these unique slab-like cuts, for less than £7.50, you start to appreciate the kind of value we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker, being part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. If you want to get involved with this deal, it's available right now for $14.95, but only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, at which point, if you wanted to invest in these two strands, it would set you back $24.90. So a huge saving there. Congratulations to all my very regular buyers who are coming through for that particular deal. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the Late Show, including the premiere launch of Tsavorite Garnet as a super star buy. Don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker. Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Want to learn how to make the most of your beading thread? Then come and join in the fun on our Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. Guest designer Gemma Crow will inspire you to design stunning feature pieces of jewellery that will help you to make use of your essential stash items. Full course includes a selection of beading thread, a selection of findings, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $64.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And just take a look at what we have coming up in around about half an hour's time. This is a premiere strand of Tsavorite garnet. It's being naughty. Every time I get to that part, it goes onto the back. There you go. I'll turn it round for you. Have a look at this Tsavorite garnet. Possibly the rarest variety of garnet available. And it's coming up as a premiere launch at 8:45 p.m. this evening. Not long to wait at all. I know that we've had a few texts coming through to say, when's the Tsavorite garnet coming on? It is going to be our superstar buy. It's a limited edition strand. We only have a certain number. It's the rarest form of garnet available, so you can understand that if Mother Nature's not creating that much, or if we're not able to get a lot of this gemstone, then we're only going to have a limited number available. This will be your best opportunity to get hold of the strand. We will be giving you an exclusive launch price, and it's coming up at 8:45 p.m. Before that, at around about 25 past 8, I'm going to bring you your coral strand pack. Look at this. We've got a 6-strand pack of gorgeous corals. Beautiful variety of colour tones, from your cream coral to your beautiful coral-coloured coral. I think the reason I say that is I think this red tone is what most people associate with the gemstone. But then you've got your sort of tangerine tone, your baby pink tone, more of your cream coral, and this richer sort of burnt umberlite tone as well. So a real selection of corals there, and that's coming up in 15 minutes time. Can everyone stop saying the word coral? It's losing all meaning. Just to hear everyone saying coral. Right, we're going to move on. It's now time for low stock, high end. So fastest finger first on this particular segment of the show. We only have a few left in stock, and they tend to be our most sought after and revered gemstone strands. Where are we going to start? Oh my word. 3 of the big 4 on one strand. Did a light just come on then? Sorry, it really shocked me. I felt like a light just... maybe not. Maybe it's my eyesight. Do you know what? Maybe it was the light bouncing off these gemstones that attracted my attention. Just have a look at the way these have been faceted. Faceted droplets. This is really interesting because the gemstones themselves have literally been graduated for you on the strand. So you've got your rich red rubies, you've got your blue sapphires, your canary sapphires, and your emerald all together here on one strand. 35 carats in total. I don't think anybody can be under any illusions about the prestige attached to these gemstones. They are 3 of the big 4, probably the most well regarded gemstones on the planet. Beautiful red rubies, cashmere blue sapphires, as well as your canary sapphires, and then leading into those rich, opulent green emeralds. This, of course, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, because where else could you place these gemstones other than within the elite range of gemstones we offer you here at Jewellery Maker? And to be honest, if you are working with these gemstones, please don't charge £2 for your earring designs. In fact, don't charge £5 for your earrings. In fact, don't even charge £10 for your earring designs. These are the gemstones that are going to allow you to justify those higher price points. Now, if you're starting to try and sell your jewellery designs and you don't quite feel that you've built up a customer base that's going to understand the kind of price points you're going to have to charge for these gemstones, then I would invest in this strand for yourself. I certainly wouldn't create jewellery designs and then be bullied on the price points. Not if I'm working with emeralds, rubies, sapphires. This is an elite strand, and it is for our elite jewellery makers who have already established a client base, who already understand the value that you can interject into your designs with your creativity. But in all honesty, these are the kind of gemstones that will help to justify the price points you want to achieve. Top drilled, faceted droplets ranging in size from 3x2 to 6x3. And if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. I only have single figures of availability remaining in stock on this particular strand. It has proved to be very, very popular. I mean, we all know why. 3 of the big 4 on one strand, and take a look at the price point this evening. $54.95 for 35 carats of emerald, ruby, canary sapphires and blue sapphires, all together at $54.95. Again, you can see how you're going to be able to make a huge amount of profit with this strand. As I say, don't be charging £10 a pair for ruby earrings or sapphire earrings or emerald earrings of this quality. You know, there is a big difference between the quality of the gemstones that we see here within this range that have been faceted and cut to this kind of specification, and for example, let's have a look at this, for example, the abalone shell, okay? Readily available, a natural mineral rather than a genuine gemstone. There's no real precedence on the market for paying high price points for this mineral. And so despite the fact that this is hugely popular and it offers us lots of different opportunities as jewellery makers, you can understand why this would be considered, I would say, a crafting mineral. A mineral that would be expected to be included within craft work. This is the kind of gemstone that I would expect to see set into sterling silver or, more likely, gold designs. And that's why I describe this particular strand as jewellery quality in terms of the finish that you have on the gemstones. Now, so we had a little conversation with one of our customers today, talking to the workshop who were here for beginners wire work, and a very regular buyer from us here at Jewellery Maker called Alice said to me, why on earth do you use the phrase jewellery quality gemstones? I create jewellery from everything I buy from you at Jewellery Maker. And I was just saying, there is a real gemological difference between, for example, a polished piece of agate that you're going to wire wrap and a faceted sapphire or ruby. So it's, yes, they all have their place within jewellery making, but when you're working on this level, when you can invest in the elite gemstones that have been faceted in this way by, you know, a very experienced lapidarist who has dedicated his life to developing a skill base within this industry, you can understand why there is a difference between maybe things that would be considered minerals and perfect for handmade jewelry designs and jewelry quality gemstones. That's exactly what I've got here. 3 of the big 4 on one strand, all available for $54.95. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to multicolored sapphire. So very similar finish, very similar quality, and of course this strand also comes from our Gems of Distinction range. This time you've got a real myriad of colour tones within one gemstone family. This is your gorgeous corundum or sapphire, as it's more commonly known, and here you've got the hot pinks, the canary sapphires, the blue sapphires, even green sapphires, even a purple sapphire as well. Probably the rarest colour tone to find. The highest price point you'll find for a sapphire is that of a Padaparacha colour. That's more of a sort of like a tropical orange colour tone, but purple certainly the rarest colour tone. These are really dainty. They're faceted droplets. They're just 4 by 2 mil in size. So again, they're going to create quite a subtle finish to your jewellery designs, but a very, very high-end finish. People are going to understand that you have managed to source one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, and right now this is a gemstone which is actually not creating huge yields. You're not going to see huge amounts of sapphire being included in some of the larger jewellers' collections over the next 12 months because Mother Nature's just not creating enough sapphire. But we've managed to source it for you here at Jewellery Maker. We are, of course, part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and our buying power allows us to source jewellery quality sapphires. Here comes your price this evening for 15 carats of gorgeous multicoloured sapphire. It's currently available on our website for $39.95, but we're not staying there. We're down to $29.95, and add it to your order price when you consider what you're getting here. £2 a carat essentially. But we only have single figures of availability remaining in stock on this, and people are already getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to add this to your order, this could be your final chance, and this is certainly one of our most exclusive deals, saving you a whopping £10 this evening on September's birthstone gorgeous sapphire. We'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Going to move on now to another very recognisable gemstone, another gemstone that has been cut for its inclusion within traditional jewellery design. So again, I'd expect to see this quality of sky blue topaz being set into 925 sterling silver, or even 9 carat gold, 18 carat gold by some of the bigger designers. Certainly a very popular gemstone on the jewellery market right now, being used not just by the high street jewellers, some of the biggest jewellers in the world setting sky blue topaz into their prominent jewellery collections. These are your faceted rondelles. So once again, lots of love and time and effort has gone into enhancing Mother Nature's gorgeous work here by faceting these to perfection to allow that play of light on the surface of the gemstone, that little bit of sparkle, which I think is what most people are looking for when they're investing in jewellery designs. I love the cut here actually, because these softer rounded rondelles are going to incorporate into your designs really easily, but then you've got that high-end jewellery finish from the faceting on the outer extremities of the rondelles. Slight variation in the sizes, they range from 6x4 to 7x4, so probably not even able to tell with the naked eye. But of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we aim to give you as much information as possible. We aim for it to be as accurate as possible, so you feel that you are informed when you make a purchase. Of course, we always offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you are intrigued by this gemstone strand, maybe you've seen sky blue topaz on the high street and you never thought you'd get the opportunity to work with it, get it home, see it in the flesh. That's when you can make a really informed decision about whether this gemstone strand is right for your jewellery designs. we are once again going to offer you an exclusive price reduction currently available for $34.95. Again, another huge profit maker, because I think when people have a look at your collection of gemstone jewellery, maybe like James, you're creating £10 pairs of earrings because you're working with genuine gemstones, I would say you're going to be able to push for that a little bit more here, because people are going to be aware of this gemstone. They're going to probably know somebody who has this in their collection. Currently available for $34.95. Producer Liam had just said, I'm going to do something really silly now. I'll say, handing you back a whopping £15 on the original price point of this strand. Of course, that price reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes, down to $19.95. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing right now. I only have a limited number available. That's why the producer's so confident in taking it this low. Let me tell you, this particular price point will only be available for 60 minutes, and it is not reflective of what you're getting here. I'm going to say this one more time because I know it'll upset Alice, but this for me is a jewellery quality gemstone. This is what I'd expect to see being set into 9-carat gold by high street jewellers, even some of the biggest jewellers on the planet. We actually saw an example of sky blue topaz, didn't we, being set into 9-carat gold, accented with diamonds on our very own sister channel, Gems TV, and the price point was £277. Of course, you've got to pay for the gold weight, you've got to pay for the accent diamonds. We've got one remaining in stock at $19.95. The graphics have messed up there and jumped to 0. We do have one remaining. So congratulations to Trina, Grace, Margaret, Philip and Catherine. We're going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on. Why don't we do the abalone shell, because we've seen it, and of course, oh, it's not low, it's not high end. We'll leave that. We'll leave that. Hold on, we'll come back to it. How about, whoa, how many of these have we got? Ah. If it really, for once, I'm the one who's not paying attention to the very clearly labelled segment of the show. Low stock, high end. The most high-end gemstones on the planet, but single figures of availability. So this falls perfectly into the segment of the show. The abalone shell, probably not so much. So let's have a look at these. We're talking about sapphires, rubies and emeralds. Once again, all on one strand. We know this is very, very popular because it offers you so many different design opportunities. And just take a look at this. Have a look at this for a combination. If you got hold of this, these are your accents, aren't they? The more delicate rondelles, the perfect accent gemstones. I mean, just have a look at the consistency of colour there. Or there, the rubies, or the canary sapphires, or the emeralds. Wow. Now this Gems of Distinction strand, obviously these are faceted top drilled droplets, so slightly higher carat weight, obviously a little bit more time and a little bit more labour intensive to not only create the pear drop but to facet it once it's been cut in that shape. These are a little easier to cut into the rondelles because you're then dealing with more of an irregular facet. But you've got a huge number of gemstones here, 20 carats in total, huge variation of colour tones thanks to the red rubies, the canary sapphires, the blue sapphires, the green emeralds. Again, something for every jewellery making scenario, but very, very high-end offerings. These are the kind of gemstones that are going to allow you to charge those higher price points. All of a sudden, when maybe previously you've been struggling to achieve the £5 price points on your earrings, if you're working with these gemstones, people are going to be aware of emerald, of sapphires, of ruby. They're going to want to invest in your earring designs, and don't be charging £5 either. I would say even if you're just taking 2 or 3 gemstones, in fact you could take 1 emerald, 1 ruby, 1 sapphire. We used to have a very famous range here at Gems TV before the Bennetts took over the channel, can you remember that, Director Bruce? Where they had the blue sapphire, the green emerald and the red ruby. It was a collection on Gems TV. Regular buyers who will have been watching our channels for many, many years will know exactly what I'm talking about, and it's really, really impacting within your designs if you've got those three almost, I would say, almost clashing colours, a bit of colour blocking if you like, from your blue sapphire, your red ruby and your green emerald. But as a result, you only need 6 gemstones, to create a very profitable pair of earrings that I wouldn't charge less than £15 for. Oh, we've only got 4 remaining in stock. Let's get the price on screen. £19.95, under £20 for 20 carats of ruby, emerald and sapphire. Unheard of. Where else could you get rubies, emeralds and sapphires for less than £1 a carat? This is your opportunity to start working on that elite level. Maybe you already have personal commissions coming through where people are requesting those high-end gemstones, the big 4 within their designs. If that's you, start dialing this free phone number right now, because you're going to make a huge amount of profit off a gemstone strand like this. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, but it's certainly not a Gems of Distinction price. If you're one of the lucky buyers who invested $54.95 earlier on in these droplets, for $19.95 you've got the perfect accent gemstone. We're down to the final 3 strands available now on these gorgeous rondelles. 3 of the big 4 on 1 strand here, and if you want to add that to your order, my advice, act now to avoid disappointment. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no real commitment until you get this home and you've made your final decision. $19.95, absolutely unheard of for gemstones of this quality and this variation. 3 of the big 4 on 1 strand. I've got to leave that one with you. It is now time for me to bring you yet another star buy, this time the Coral Collection. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we have bundled together we've bundled together a collection of one of our most popular gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. Actually more of a natural mineral, and I was doing a lot of research on this earlier today. Now we only have a limited number available, as I'm sure you'll understand. As a result, my producer's got very excited and he's already revealed the star buy price this evening for 6 strands of coral, just $14.95. The really interesting thing about this is that yesterday my producer and I asked for a little bit of feedback from our customers on Facebook. We said, are there any suggestions you'd like to make for bundles that you want to see on the channel? A lot of people came back saying, I like the same gemstone but with a variety of cuts or colours. Well, we've tried to deliver that, and we've done it here with a very difficult to source gemstone. The reason that we find it so difficult to get hold of coral is that here at Jewellery Maker we'll only ever supply you with ethically sourced gemstones or minerals, and unfortunately there are people out there who will source coral in a more of a dubious way, an unethical way. Now, coral reefs are really interesting. They're an integral part of many, many ecosystems, and what they actually do is actually protect the shoreline from flood damage, storm damage, because they almost create a sort of barrier. It's sort of, you know, Mother Nature again, looking after the planet, and it forms a sort of barrier that will stop heavy erosion on shorelines. And so as a result, they're sort of protecting the natural landscape from which they live within. So it's a sort of symbiotic relationship that coral reefs form with the shorelines where they're situated. On top of that, you've got a huge number of species, thousands of species, that will live solely within these reef formations that are formed from coral. It is a living organism. And as a result, quite difficult to source this particular mineral in huge quantities. Because yes, there are people who, I suppose, go and chop down living coral so that they can use it within jewellery designs, and you know, we wouldn't condone that. We don't like the sound of that. There are people who do supply coral, and basically they wait for it to be washed up on the shore. And in certain regions of the world, there are people who dedicate their lives literally to sort of go into certain areas. Of course, they're, you know, almost born into this, and they understand the natural environment so well that they know really when the coral's going to be washed up. It's almost telepathic for them, because that's what they spend their days doing. And that's their sort of passion, that's their trade. And there's commercial realities for them in that. Of course, this is the environment they live in. They don't want to go and chop down living coral, but they do want to be able to provide people with this beautiful natural mineral. So often you'll find that people who supply with coral do deal with other minerals that are popular within jewellery and fashion. But as I said, the other reason that this is difficult to get hold of is that here at Jewellery Maker we are dedicated to sourcing genuine gemstones. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and there is a lot of imitation coral on the market. Now, I understand that for some people, if, you know, for example, they could only get coral and they weren't sure of how it had been sourced, they might think, you know what, normally I wouldn't use imitation, but just to be on the safe side, I'm going to use imitation coral. There are others of you out there who would never go near imitation gemstones or minerals, and they want the real deal. That's why you want to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. We work very closely with our suppliers to ensure that everything we bring you is ethically sourced, and that we lab test each and every strand to ensure it is exactly what we say it is. But of course, if you're waiting for the coral to be washed up on the shore, it's going to take a lot longer for us to acquire large enough quantities for it to make it worthwhile sourcing the gemstone day in, day out here at Jewellery Maker. Now, as we enter the upcoming summer season, I think this particular gemstone comes into its own, doesn't it? It does have a naturalistic feel to it, and it has an almost tropical-like feel to it, so it's perfect for those holiday designs that many people are putting together. We can already see the price point on screen, and that's why I've got so many takers. Lots of people multi-buying this particular bundle, so congratulations. In all honesty, it might just be the fact that we've never really given you a wholesale opportunity on coral previously, because we've never been able to source it in large enough quantities. Producer, Liam, I think everybody owes you a massive thank you this evening, because you've sort of bided your time. You've waited for the stock levels to increase on coral over the last 12 months, and you've struck while the iron's hot. You've taken all 6 strands we have in stock, or that we're aware of. There might be some more on the website. And you've bundled these together beautifully to create a huge array of coral, a real variety of cuts, sizes and colour tones, and then given everybody out there a trade show wholesale price for the coral collection. You've got your rounds, your rondelles and your rice beads on this particular collection. And if you are placing this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, my advice, check out right now to avoid disappointment, because every single person that's coming through on the phone line is asking for 2 of these, so you could potentially miss out if you're not checking out as you add this to your basket. I'm going to leave that one with you because it looks like it is going to be a sellout. As I say, the opportunity to bring you a huge array of coral like this, well, actually I've never seen it being done before on the channel. I certainly have never done it before, so it is a unique opportunity for me. And if you want to add that to your order, it is available right now for $14.95. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of that deal. I'm going to leave that one with you, and I'm going to move on, because in just 10 minutes time I'm going to be launching for you a premiere strand of Tsavorite garnet. I've never ever had the opportunity to bring Tsavorite garnet of this quality to you previously, and just have a little look at what we're about to bring to you. I knew that that was going to happen, so I've held it up for you right now. Faceted rondelles of gorgeous Tsavorite garnet coming up in 10 minutes time. Not long to wait at all. I only have a limited number of this particular strand. Of course, it's one of, if not the rarest variety of garnet available on the market. So if you do want to add Tsavorite garnet to your order, even if you just want to see it in the flesh, you don't have to make your final decision this evening. But in my opinion, based on my previous experience of launching limited edition strands, tonight's the night to get it in your collection because it could be a sellout. It's coming up in 10 minutes time as our superstar buy. Before that though, we are going to bring you more incredible wholesale deals on gemstones. We're going to start with the abalone shells. In fact, nice time to introduce this now because another very, very popular natural mineral. And actually, if you just got hold of the coral collection, have a look at this for a combination. Now, once again, you've got a very natural mineral with kind of finish that only Mother Nature can create. And once again, this particular mineral comes from the depths of the oceans. This is actually the shell, the nacre, I should say, of a particular shell. And it's known as a power shell in some parts of the world. It's abalone, traditionally. And these are your heart-shaped beads. So when we're talking about those sort of quirky cuts that allow you to create very simple but affordable pieces of jewellery, this is the kind of mineral we're talking about. All the hard work's been done for you by Mother Nature and the lapidarist. Mother Nature's created this beautiful play of colour on the surface that you get from the nacre of the shell, with those lime greens, electric blues and golden tones almost swirling across the surface of the gemstone. The lapidarist has maybe led the creative process by carving them into beautiful hearts, those romantic shapes that are going to sell every time within your jewellery designs. And again, they're large enough to be used alone in your jewellery designs. 14mm in size. So 2 of these would form a real impact as a pair of earrings. That's the way I'm seeing it. Or perhaps, because you've got that flat finish that would be so comfortable, beautiful bracelet design. You can ignore my hairy man hand. You're going to have beautiful feminine wrists, of course. Okay, I've already got lots and lots of interest for this at JewelleryMaker.com, but we only have a limited number of this strand available, so let's get the price on screen so that all of my telephone buyers can get involved as well. $7.95. Of course, if you do want to add this to your order, all you've got to do is dial the free phone number. You will come through to a member of our award-winning help team who will enable you to add this to your order. Alternatively, you can shop at JewelleryMaker.com, and that's exactly what Margaret, Sheena, Rosie, Mary, Christine, Emma, Belinda. Christine, you've got 2 of these, in fact. It's available right now for $7.95. For me, that is an add it to your order price. And once again, maybe this is the kind of gemstone where you might want to create more affordable jewellery. Maybe you do want to only charge, I don't know, £2.50 for a pair of earrings if you're working with abalone shell, perhaps. But I would say, what? That's 5. There you go. So that's £7.50. You're going to make your money back off that. All of the rest, clear profit. And look at the impact it's going to have on your jewellery designs. Gorgeous play of colour. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on, because we're now... Where on earth did this come from? Oh, I've put something back in the wrong place then. Good luck, floor managers. Right, we're going to move on. We're going to bring you an exclusive tool. Have a look at this. What was that, sorry? Did I miss something then? What's new, I suppose? Knotting tool. Now, we all know tools are cool. And for me, I think the tools that our jewellery makers invest in is actually what helps them to grow in confidence and allows them to really feel like a professional, which is carried into the way you create and sell your designs. This is a really interesting tool. This is your knotting tool. It allows you to create very intricate and professional designs working with your threads and your cords. I actually think that if you were to create a pearl necklace, then this knotting tool might help you to maybe take your pearls that little bit further, because you could use a longer length of cord and you could knot them into place and then actually have a little bit of spacing within your design, so you don't have to have them as gem heavy thanks to the knotting tool. That's just one idea. I know that lots of people enjoy the braiding techniques and the knotting tool for them is an essential. I've heard people absolutely eulogizing about this tool recently because it really has helped them to make their gemstones go further and of course to create a professional finish within disciplines that maybe don't always lend themselves to creating a handmade bespoke finish. You know, sometimes when you're working on braiding techniques, when you're working with cords and threads, sometimes that can feel a little homemade or a little bit closer to traditional crafting, can't it? I think, you know, there are certain disciplines that have really taken that to another level, like your kumihimo, your macrame, and of course if you do create those sort of longer down to the navel like designs but you use the knotting tool, it will give you that professional finish. And I think a lot of the time if you are selling your designs, it's not always about the perceived value of the gemstones to your customer. It's more to do with the finish. They want to know they're getting the same quality that they'd expect to see from a jeweller's. And it's the tools that we offer here at Jewellery Maker that allow you to create that professional finish. This has proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker, and we have the last in stock allocated to our late show this evening. If you want to add this to your order, it is available right now for just $8.95. Wow. If you want to add this to your order, that for me is an add it to your order price. Maybe you're sort of tuned in tonight to the late show by chance because you're thinking, well, my missus normally watches the late show and this guy is hilarious. I love Ed, I'm watching the show. I know it's not very likely, of course, very unlikely, but let's say you're watching and your significant other, who is the jewellery maker, isn't around, and you're thinking, I want to invest in a present for my loved one, but I don't know what gemstones they work with, what gauge of wire they like, whether they use polymer clay. Maybe you've seen reels of cord and satin thread around. This would make the perfect gift for a jewellery maker. It's a generic item. Should I have made up a name for that scenario rather than saying my significant other? It's a bit Del Boy really, isn't it? Didn't he always used to call Raquel his significant other? Anyway, we've gone off at a tangent here. What we really need to focus on is this knotting tool. As I say, provide you with a professional finish, and I think helps people to grow in confidence as jewellery makers, because when you've got those professional items, it allows you to be confident with what you're doing. Here we can see a quick demo of how the tool can be used within your designs. You can see it's almost the equivalent of like the flush cutting pliers, isn't it? Because it allows you to go so tight to the gemstone that you get that professional finish. That's what I was trying to describe, and you can see it there. Gorgeous knotting tool, and it allows you to really get close up to those gemstones. And I actually think that allows you to have a little bit of a more open design, a bit more space within your design, which of course means you need to use less gemstones. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the free phone number and at jewellerymaker.com. $8.95 for your knotting tool. We're going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Where are we going to move on to? Ooh. Wow. very, very weighty strand here. Don't panic, by the way. Doesn't matter how heavy your order is, it's only ever going to charge you 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. The reason I say that is we're talking about over 700 carats of metallic blue coated hematite. These are 12mm in size. Oh, do you know what? These actually are providing a little optical illusion. I was just about to question the classification of the cut and say these aren't rounds, they're like rondelles. They're not, they are rounds, but because of the way the colour graduates on the stone, it almost looks like it's falling off the edge and you get a little flat bottom finish. You don't, they are 12mm plain rounds, but that's really interesting because you get that play of colour, that variation from the rich electric blues into those purples and fuchsia tones. Absolutely gorgeous. This is another way to make your gemstones go that little bit further, because when you're working with a gemstone like hematite, because it's so gem heavy, it can help to maybe supplement some designs where you want to use some of your more prestigious gemstones more sparingly. You can get that metallic shimmer from your hematite, and you can get that solid, weighty feel from this gemstone as well. Over 700 carats on this particular strand, possibly because it's a 36cm strand. You've got a lot of gemstones on this particular strand. Here comes your price this evening for your 12mm hematite rounds. £9.95 is your price point, under £10 this evening, and add it to your order price when you consider the design scope you have from a strand like this. Hugely weighty, gives your designs a real solid feel, but actually just have a look at the different design opportunities you have from this strand. That metallic shimmer, those electric blue tones, literally ticking every single box for any jewellery maker. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for £9.95. That is proving to be very, very popular. So my advice, if you're placing it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, check out to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave that one with you because it is now time to bring you our superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our superstar buy. This will be our final shopportunity of the evening, and it is, as ever, our most exclusive launch. It's a premiere strand of Tsavorite garnet, the rarest variety of garnet available, and the highest quality strand of Tsavorite garnet I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. 15 carats in total of your faceted rondelles. They range in size from 1x2mm to 3x5mm, so quite a delicate size. And this particular variety of garnet comes from the Groschuller group. So any of the alternative varieties of garnet, the non-traditional red garnets, fall into this Groschuller garnet group. Now the interesting thing about garnets is that it's not actually a family of gemstones, it's not a species, it's more of a type of gemstone. Because even though you have a sort of a basic chemical formula for this gemstone, there are different elements that can be sort of replaced within the crystal formation. And so as a result, it could be that you've got a little bit of chromium or vanadium in there. As a result, you're going to get green varieties of garnet. It could be that you've got iron, for example, or copper. All of a sudden, you're going to get your mandarin garnets or your spessartite or your hessonite garnets. So this is where we get the variations in the colour tones, and there is actually a different chemical makeup that provides us with these alternative varieties. Now the really, really interesting thing about garnet for me is the fact that it has a very similar crystal formation to that of a diamond. A very typical six-sided crystal formation, and it actually shares some of the properties of a diamond as a result, because you get a singular refractive index because of that crystal formation. So when the light enters a diamond or a garnet, it's only going to be refracted at one angle. So you get this very interesting play of light that provides you with that traditional brilliance, that sparkle that we associate with the likes of diamonds and garnets. Now, Tsavorite garnet is one of the most interesting varieties of garnet available. It's a one location gemstone only found, well, actually I say that, it's a one region gemstone actually. Originally discovered just outside Kenya in Tanzania, found small crystal formations of a grossular garnet, green in colour tone. It was a gemologist known as Campbell R. Bridges who discovered this. He requested permits to go and mine in a region where he felt the crystal formations would be forming, and that was into Kenya in the Tsavo National Park. He got the permit and he found the deposit he was looking for. Now when he first started it, they had 40 individual commercial mines. Now we have as few as 4 commercial mines, making this maybe up to 1,000 times rarer than the likes of emerald. But when somebody's dedicated their life to discovering a gemstone, you know, they want people to appreciate its beauty. And seems a familiar tale, but it was in fact Tiffany's who came along, came up with the name of Tsavorite based on the name of the national park where the mines were situated, and they exclusively sold this gemstone. They were the ones who embarked on the marketing campaign to highlight the beauty of this gemstone, and as a result it's now considered to be one of the rarest and most beautiful varieties of garnet on the market. This is a premiere launch this evening, and as a result we are going to be able to provide you with an exclusive launch price. 15 carats of Tsavorite garnet. For me, the finest sample of Tsavorite garnet we've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. And if you do sell your jewellery designs to the kind of clientele who are collectors and who do understand the inherent value of certain gemstones, this is one for your collection. This is one where you can really capture people's imaginations. Let's have a look at the price we should be paying for this strand. $14.95, and I've already had a lot of takers at that price. I should say this is a limited edition strand. I have fewer than 100 strands available. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Congratulations to Jane, Arlene, Mary, Christine, your multi-buying, Andrea, Trina, Lorna, new buyer, Jacqueline, Sarah, Dawn, lots of people flying through now. Let's have a look at our exclusive launch price for this premiere strand of Tsavorite garnet. We're down to $11.95 tonight. We're making this a risk-free opportunity. You can use your 30-day money-back guarantee to get this strand home and see it in the flesh. But we've also reduced this strand by the equivalent of your P&P. So there really is a risk-free shopping experience. If you want to experience Tsavorite garnet for yourself, then get this home right now. And you can be integrating Tsavorite garnet into your designs, or maybe you just want to see it alongside other gemstones. Maybe you want to match this up with, well, the likes of the ruby, or earlier on, Director Bruce was matching it up with citrine bicones, for example. That worked beautifully. Perfect for the spring and summer months, but actually, of course, with Tsavorite garnet, you've got Mother Nature's base tone. She starts every design with this gorgeous colour tone, doesn't she? The green leaves, the green stems of a flower, before she decides what colour the petals are going to be. And that has very real consequences for you as a jewellery maker, because you can be assured that this is going to work with any other gemstone, thanks to Mother Nature. And we should say a massive thanks to Mother Nature for creating a gemstone this beautiful. And you know, it's had, as I say, quite a turbulent history really in actually being sourced and mined for. But now that we have it, I mean, this was discovered as late as 1968, say around that kind of time. And so, as a result, you're going to get far fewer dubious trade links being built up, so you can be assured that this particular gemstone has been ethically mined and ethically sourced. And of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones because of our links directly with mine owners being part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. If you want to add this to your order, it will only be available at the exclusive launch price of $11.95 for the next hour, at which point it will return to the price of $14.95. Already represents incredible value for what you're getting hold of here. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, so thank you very, very much for joining us this evening, and I hope you got hold of the superstar buy. We'll be back on Monday, our team, for the late show, but stay tuned right now for more incredible designer inspiration from us here at Jewellery Maker. Thank you and good night.
Who you know very well. We don't normally get to see each other because we're on the opposite shift.
We don't. How gorgeous is this? I'm so in love
Oh
with this
my
necklace.
God.
I saw it and did not wish to take it off.
Show everybody. Look, getting
Have
close.
a look. We have got Michelle on
She's
the show with us
amazing.
today. I am in love with all of her designs.
She's wonderful.
Genuinely stunning. Have a look. How cute is this? And this is all hand done. She's not used any kind of extra tool for this. It's just all hand done lettering.
She's wonderful. I'd like to take full credit for making Michelle come on air. I met her on a course. I saw one of her rings. I was like, you have to go upstairs, you have to go on air. There is no, you have to. She was really like, oh, I can't go behind the camera. She's wonderful.
So you found her.
Wonderful. I
found
started
her.
talking to her because I heard the accent. I thought, she's from my hometown. And then I was like, let's see your jewellery. Then I was like, oh my goodness. She's amazing.
She is amazing, isn't she?
You're going to have so much fun.
I know, I can't wait. I've got so many goodies. Bundles galore as well.
Oh,
Bundle bargains.
well, you have a wonderful time. I'm off,
you.
and I will see you again tomorrow. So, toodaloo, and have a wonderful show.
Thank
Mwah.
you very much.
Bye, doll.
Much love,
Bye,
sweet
bye.
pea. Jenny, the Simon Cowell of Jewellery Maker, quite clearly. She finds all of the famous, all the famous. I have got a truly, truly fun-packed, fresh show for you today. You are going to be seeing how to create lettered jewellery. You're going to be shown how to work with really standout, eye-catching pieces with wonderful Michelle today. Truly, her designs are exceptional. You're going to be looking at some of the pieces, and she's made them look like they're prong set. Honestly, these prong set rings that she's done, they are just stunning, but they're all completely just made with wire. Honestly, you are in for a real, real treat today. I cannot wait to introduce you to her. Also coming up today, I have got some team bundles. So throughout the show, every 40 minutes, we're going to be stopping the show for a team bundle. And each member of my team has picked out some of their fave gemstones, and we've waxed them together for you in a bundle. Can you guess who they belong to? I bet you can this one. Oh, yes. Not that I'm biased, but this is a gorgeous looking bundle right here. We're going to be starting off with this one. You're going to be shocked at the price of this emerald. I have got for you as well, coming up in the show, if we got that picture, I need to show you some of these pieces. I won't tell you the gemstones, see if you can work it out for yourself, but the pieces that you can see now, I have got this stunning gemstone coming up for you, and it's going to be under £30 for a strand of drops. And you know when I say under 30, I do not mean by 5p. It's way under 30. That is going to be coming up for you around 2:30. Genuinely, it's one of the most beautiful strands I've ever seen of this particular gemstone. It's just gorgeous. I've also got for you a little bit of seaside love. There's lots of pastels, there's lots of gentle tones. And in fact, I think we're going to start off with that today. Where are we going to start, Producer Pip? He's walked away. He's literally just walked out to the gallery. We're going to start off with yours. Well, we're going to start off with a bundle. Why not? It'd be rude not to. This is Producer Pip's emerald bundle. Let's take a look at them together and then we'll talk through each one individually. You're going to be absolutely shocked at the price on this. Pips bundle. You've got 275 carats worth in total. So on this, let's look at the nugget strand because this is one of the favourites. This is your double strand of the emerald nuggets. Now on this, you're going to be getting 140 carats worth. This is an 85 centimetre strand, so really lengthy strand that you've got here. In fact, I've just looked, it's 88 centimetres this strand. So that's even longer than our usual double whammy, isn't it? 140 carats worth of this. These are going to add texture to your pieces. You're also going to be getting these beautiful graduated drops. 85 carats, I knew that would be a high carat weight. Look at these. Stunning drops if you are into drops. I've got a whole section of drops coming up for you later on. 85 carats on this strand, and these are sizable, all the way up to 17 by 9 on these. And then finally, you've got 50 carats of these beautiful perfect rounds, 4 mil on this. It's a 30 centimetre strand. So in this bundle, you've got your staple with the rounds. You've got the staple, the go-to, the piece that a lot of you will work with time and time again, these beautiful rounds. You've got your focal point with the drops. And you've also in this bundle got your texture with the nuggets. Now, wonderful Pip, come out for me, please, and tell me why you've added this as your bundle. We'll have a little chat to our team. My producer is about to pop on out. My producer, Pip. He's the one who sorts out what you're having on the show. He's the one who sorts out the prices we're going to be having.
Hello.
Hello.
You okay?
Yeah, good. Tell me why you picked emeralds, my love.
It's my birthstone, so obviously it had to be one of my choices, and also it's just one of my favourites. I think everyone knows what emerald is. It's just kind of, it's value, isn't it? It's
3 words. You never play 3 words with me.
Words.
You never play 3 words. I always get guest designers to play. No one else wants to.
I'm playing there.
3 words to describe emerald.
Rich.
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 You've already said that.
Envy, but in a good way. It makes people know emerald, don't they? They want it. You kind of make people envy you.
So you get envious when you see someone strewn in emerald.
And green.
Good. End on a high, Pip. I think it's best if you go back in there. Rich. Envy. Green. Yeah, completely, Pip. Totally. End on a high. But he's right, though. It does make you think of richness, doesn't it? The fact that you're getting this amount of richness in here, you've got your texture, you've got your focal points, and you've got your essential in this stash. The price today is exceptional. Should be. £26.85 to get your hands on what is essentially 4, if not 5 strands of emerald, really, isn't it? Because this is an 88 centimetre one. And you know our average is around the 30 mark, isn't it? We're giving you a special low price on this today. You're gonna love it. It's nowhere near £26.85. Every single penny we can take off, we will. It's rolling. Rolling down. Your price today is exceptional. £16.95 for all of this. That is such a stunner of a deal. You're essentially saving yourself a tenner on this bundle today, aren't you? Pretty much, give or take 10p. For genuine emerald, you've got texture, you've got a focal point, your centre drop, the main focal point of your pieces, and then you've got your total essential. Even working with these together, you are going to have a fully formed piece for £16.95. Oh, no way are you going to be using. How many pieces could you create with this? Let's be honest. Well, let's look at the drop, shall we? Even if you're thinking focal point is the drop, so you could essentially from this make 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 necklaces from this, essentially. If you're thinking of this as drops. So 14 individual pieces. Say you just added on, you know, a fair few of the nuggets and ended up using, you know, a 5th, say, of the strand of the rounds as well. You're essentially going to be making a full piece, a full neckline piece with a focal point, beautiful texture, and your essential rounds, those undulating shapes for what? A £1, essentially, £1.50, to make an entirely, exclusively emerald selection. I started off with way more than I've got right now. I've only got 26 in total. Hello to Linda, Karen, Rachel, Francis, June as well, Christine, hello Vicky, you're about to check out your basket, Fiona is as well. I've only got 24 left. What we'll say today is, you know I don't like harping on about check out your baskets, but a lot of you, sometimes you'll wait and wait and then check out at the end. I strongly suggest you don't do that. We've had a really busy morning and I don't want you to miss out, especially when I've only got 24 of something. And if you think of the amount of people who are watching right here, right now, 23 is such a tiny amount. BSGC79, you're making so many pieces from this and you're getting a tenner off. 23 of them in total, that's all I've got left. These beautiful pieces, 275 carats you're getting in total on these strands, which is a hefty amount for something that makes you think rich. It makes you think envy and it makes you think green. £19. Can I think of another word other than green? What, that means green? No, just anything. What would I say? Honestly, I would say antiquity. I would say antiquity. It's a gemstone that has been known throughout history. And do you know what? It's also a gemstone that will never ever lose its value. This is never going to lose its value, is it? Emerald. It's constantly going to be one of the big ones, one that people know, one that people go to. And it's also antiquity because if you make a stunning strand, a stunning piece, with this, working with 925, that is the type of piece that you're going to hand down through your family. It's the type of piece that's going to be in your family for generations and generations. With only 17 left though, you're going to have to be quick on this. You're making yourself a £10 saving for you today. Text message. Thanks Pip. I have been asked to make a bracelet using emerald and didn't have any in my stash. This has come just at the right time. Rachel, no problem. Pip says, my pleasure. He would love to say he was thinking of you when he put it together. He was, apparently he was. He had you in mind, Rachel. 16 of these left at £16.95. Earthy, oh, who messaged that? Oh, Nick in Bridgend, earthy. You're right, Nick, it absolutely is. What I will say is there's 16 left, and I have got 9, by the looks of things, in baskets with people on the phone as well. So you're going to have to be quick. This is going to be fastest finger first on this today. Pip's Bundle. BSGC79 is the code on this today. I've got a little text in for my lovely, lovely guest designers today. Love you, Michelle. Knock 'em dead, girl. You're so talented. Of course, I love you too, Becky and Pip. Samantha, thank you very much. Let's say hello to the lovely lady now, shall we? Hello, gorgeous. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you, Becky. Yourself?
Good. So it's your first full show?
Yes, it is.